cha.
Meow, 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 meow. Hello. Thank you for joining us for session 28 of Pinnacles, a Wild Talents actual play on the HappyJacksrpg network. To find all sessions of this game, visit happyjacks.org/Pinnacles. And to find all of the shows in the Happy Jacks network, visit happyjacks.org. And I'm just going to interject right here to say, I feel really proud of myself for not saying campaign title, system, or your game instead of the actual names of what we were doing today.
I absolutely did that yesterday.
Cold reads. Let's go.
I'm Pooja. I'm in this GM chair today. Again. Who would have thought that they wouldn't have jumped me outside after last session?
Look at Jason over there like a chump.
We're sitting next to each other.
It's so
Look,
fancy.
I've said it last week. Was it just a week ago?
Time is a lie.
Oh, Lord.
Mm.
I was fucking right.
Okay.
I knew Pooja would crush it, and I was right.
If crush it, if by it you mean everyone's feelings and hearts. Content warnings.
please.
It's a good segue. Please know that this game may include violence, some elements of body horror, some interdimensional travel, lasting repercussions from violence, flirting, lots of
Lots of
flirting,
gay.
so gay.
I
Such a
missed
gay
that
game.
part, I guess. Was there
It's
gay stuff
we're
happening?
So gay.
Sadness and gay stuff.
But basically, you can kind of compare us to like almost the boys, but not quite. Like pull back. We are using a Lions and Veils system. We also have an X card. I highly recommend y'all look that up if you have never used them before, and institute them as your home games or another safety tool system of your choice. Okay. So now that we are done with all of that stuff, let's talk about who else is here today. Enge, why don't you?
Hey, I'm Enge. And I play Chainsaw, the brawler biker. And in the current universe that we've visited, I'm a dwarf sapper with lots of exploding things.
Hi, my name is Eli, and I'm here today. And I'm playing Hector, who is a telepath, and he is currently piloting an animatronic Captain Jack Sparrow, and that is also how he is dressed. And he had a great time last session, feeling his feelings.
I just love like what's inside the animatronic Jack Sparrow. It's Jack Sparrow.
Surprise!
Russian
all
nesting
nesting
doll.
dolls. Yeah.
Well, I'm Sarah, and I'm here to say that I'm gonna play Kit the Caduceus way. He's now an elf,
no.
and he's got some straps. He's really slutty, and I'm excited to slap.
That's amazing.
And turn us to
Hey.
putty.
Yeah.
Look, you pulled it in at the end. Like that was
Thank
great.
you. Thank you.
My name's Jason. I am not running the game this week. I am playing Heather, the pediatrician and moonlighting superhero who is not a pinnacle. It's hard to understand why, like how that would be the case.
Well, see, if you're not a 9, then you're not a pinnacle, is what it is.
Right.
It's not like Heather doesn't know anybody that could hook that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is that Heather's just not good enough.
Yeah, there's just no real way to get from 7 to 9. Like I think that's the thing. Because if Heather were good enough,
There's only finite resources for
she
9,
would have
you know
been
what I mean?
picked to be one of the people, the many people who have been turned up to 9.
Great.
By the person, the partner.
That
Heather's partner.
Heather loves most in the world.
Yeah.
Who is the 4th?
Well, you and the rest of us.
Oh, I count, yes.
That's me every day.
Yeah. So anyway, Heather has some plant control powers and has some crime fighting experience, but is not at the same level. Doesn't have as many character points as the rest of the characters at the table here. So that's kind of a fun thing too. She has shown up in this world as a paladin princess, very like Cinderella, the blonde hair, but the like shining kind of blue silver armor and the, with like plants and stuff in and out of everything and just, doing her best.
I am sure that you can all find like an anime character that would one-to-one translate to what is happening right now. I will enjoy seeing all of those in the Discord.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Who wants to talk about last week?
Enge.
We could not have scripted that any better.
Hi.
If you're just listening, Enge, Eli, and I all whipped our heads around to look at Sarah at the same time.
What happened last week is that we arrived at the hole in the ocean right after we talked to Interstitial, who said, bad news, Sapna's about to get crunched if they don't leave immediately, because they and Lucky are like actually each other's doppelgangers, so I gotta call an audible and send somebody else in. Here comes Heather. Well, actually, Interstitial just said, I'm sending a doctor, I think.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, maybe Dr. Light. And then it was Heather, and it was very
it wasn't
nice,
awkward.
actually.
No, if I
It
come
was
in and
cool.
play Dr. Light, that officially makes her my GMPC, and I'm riding that line close enough.
It was cool, and we went to the hole in the ocean then after just a lovely reunion with everyone. And Heather looked very cool in Paladin. And then when we went in, we said, "Hello, we're here to help with your issues." And the leader, whose name I have written down, but God can I
Name.
remember,
So much
Nani,
stuff.
name.
Yes.
Or
Nani, yeah. Who was very grumpy and said, fine, you can help, but I'm not gonna be happy about it, 'cause
But
I
I'm
have no
grumpy.
idea who the fuck you are. But regardless, we all jumped into action, helping out and figuring things out, and as we jumped into this action, we kind of perused, trying to figure out what's really going on in this place since the Annihilator came and destroyed a bunch of shit. Hector was particularly successful in this in finding out that the former leader was, in fact, Neneve's father, who was killed. But
A little
something was wrong. Something went
Something
awry.
wrong.
And so we, after
Right.
helping the community in several different ways, we reconvened. Hector conveyed this information, and we spoke to Lucky about what happens when somebody dies if, as we found out, the evil Ebrian who came to get them left unhappy, which meant that he didn't get what he wants. So what happens? And that's when Lucky said, this soul never made it to death, which Nynaeve had told us that she had tried to call and had gotten a busy signal, essentially.
Mhm.
And so we said, I guess we have to find the soul and put it all back together. So we found it in the secret grotto where he was building a beautiful gift for his daughter. And then additionally, we found it inside his daughter. And as we collected these pieces,
Spiritual.
we had...
Spiritual.
I feel like that's a
No.
worthwhile point to make.
Not like
Very.
Fifth Element style.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I watched Fifth Element for the first time like a year ago, and
Ooh.
listen,
Me too.
it does not age well, but also it defined me in a lot of ways. We
That
had
opera
some.
scene ages so
Oh
well, though.
my god!
I remember watching a making of, and
Uh-huh.
the person that they got, and they wanted it to be like they knew that they were
Yeah.
going to go in and make the notes such that it would be like a human couldn't
So
make these.
gorgeous.
And it turns out the opera singer that they hired to do that part could already do most of them.
No way.
Yeah.
So they had to like go even more extreme. So I thought that was
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, there was like a little digital help from my
Mhm.
understanding,
Yeah.
but it was not as much as anyone thought it was going to be.
Exactly.
You know what also aged well is that little orange tank top that Bruce Willis wore.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Yes. I always wanted to be able to pull that off.
Yeah,
Oh,
me
it's
too.
so good. That's gender right there. Anyway, ugh, focusing back in. As we collected the souls, we got the soul parts. We got like little scenes from the life of this person, and it was very emotionally devastating. And finally, we got all of the pieces together in kind of like a soul holder jar situation. And the spirit appeared in front of us for a moment and said, well, thank you so much. This is so good. He was able to I almost forgot a very important part, which is how he was able to keep his soul around, is that he told his daughter a beautiful story about tethering a trickster goddess, tethering pieces of her soul to different things that she loved. Something that he had done, which was why he was able to keep his soul from getting munched by Brian. And he came together again and said, "Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing me back." I followed that dude around for a little bit, and he was up to no good. And the Queen of Death might be in trouble.
Oh, that's right.
Anyway, thank you so much. Bye-bye. I'm off to the land of the dead now. And we all said, "Oh no, we have to go save the Queen of Death, perhaps." And Interstitial confirmed that for us. So off we go on our grand adventure further on.
Back on the pirate ship. Arr.
Back on the trail.
Mhm.
Thank you so much. So as you all go, you leave the town, and Arabelle, who are super perky engineer who
Yes.
has formed kind of an attachment to Chainsaw while he was rebuilding the town real fast.
Yeah.
Nothing is more attractive than competence.
So true.
Has decided, like, you know what? Like, I want to see what's going on. I want to see what other damage. Like, maybe I can go help. I've always wanted to see the world anyway. So I'm going to travel with you onto the Isle of the Dead.
That's right. I forgot to mention the little scene where like they're all doing their stuff and it's all emotional and nice, and then it pans back to Chainsaw, who's just wildly making out with Arabelle.
Hey, hey, that's emotional and nice, in
Mhm.
my opinion.
Mhm.
And the Finfolk are, like, they're down with them. Well, some of them, and then Arabelle especially. So you go back up to the ship. Sal, I think, like, whips up a current underneath, and it pulls you back up pretty quickly, so that you don't have to worry about.
Just holding on like this.
Yeah, it's like they like stretch out their arms, and everybody grab a finger. It's great. And when you reach the ship, you notice that, looking at Sal, like, when they heard about the Queen of the Dead, they were very concerned. Even though that they've had the success, you've successfully become deputized as soul gatherers for the Land of the Dead, for the time being, independent contractors, if you will, and
No insurance.
and you've gotten this thing done, and that's really great. No insurance. Also, no sick leaves. Damn it.
Yep.
But they have all eyes forward. And so Sal whips up a wind and tells you, "We'll be there in a couple of days. I'm gonna push this as fast as we can go. Hopefully we don't hit anything on the way, metaphorically or literally." But yeah, is there anything that anyone wants to do on the ship or find out, or as you have this, like, little bit of a journey to get to the Island of the Dead? I don't know if anybody used any willpower last session. I think maybe like 1 point got used or something like that. If you want to up a point of willpower
Okay.
up to your maximum if you are not already at it.
Yeah, I don't think I used
My
much if I did,
maximum.
so I'll just.
There were a lot of really, really good rolls. I was like, I'll make people roll for things. And I was like, wow.
Everyone's killing it.
I still have my 20 willpower.
Oh,
I have 6.
we also know that Heather is rude.
What?
Throwing her willpower like that in our face.
That's so true. You're so right.
Really? That's who you want to side with? Okay. Okay. Cool.
I definitely know that Kid is going to have a conversation with Heather at one point. Is there anything that anyone else wants to do on these days of journey?
Just awkwardly like hanging out with Arabelle, like holding hands and like stepping up on a stool so I can put my arms around her waist like a middle schooler.
Yep. Are you gonna do the front of the boat thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When Sal's not there. Climb up on Sal's shoulders.
I think Sal is into this. Sal is
Consent.
like,
Yeah.
like, they're like, oh look, there was this really cool thing that we did once. And puts you on their shoulders,
Mm-hmm.
and then Arabella's like behind you.
Holding me up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm flying.
Which is funny because you can fly.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this is different.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hector is fishing. Seems like a nice, relaxing pastime for him to do. And maybe making his own little star map.
Mm.
Just to help center himself after the last little excursion to Finfolkland.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
I think Heather's had some time with Sal, also in like working on just playing with the idea of like Sal is a living ship. Does that also mean like some of it is plant, or if it were to grow, like what? Just trying stuff, because Sal is like kind of a druid-y sort
Yeah.
of thing, right? So I think at some point Heather has like made a little sprout grow out of Sal's head, and they were like, no, but okay.
Thank you, but hair seems like a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot. But just experimenting with stuff of like trying to figure out how her magic works here, and like magic, right? It wasn't magic back home. So like, how does all this fit together? What does this mean? Going through the process of like removing one's like armor, and like just having to like be on a ship.
Donning and doffing. It's
Yeah.
a whole thing.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it is.
I think while you're trying to figure out the whole armor situation, Lucky actually comes over and is like, it's much easier to do with two people. And as they help you like take off the pieces and show you like how you need to oil them, and like
Yep.
rust is a huge issue. You are on the ocean.
Sure.
Seawater is your enemy. Just tells you a little bit about. I was like, I have a person. I used to help with this all the time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's a great guy. He's, King Wall now. But
His name is
like,
Wall, like a wall.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
He is the Wall.
The Wall. Well, a king apparently.
He is now.
Wow.
He avoided doing that for apparently centuries.
Oh.
And yeah,
Okay.
it'll be. Thanks for that little blast from the past.
Sure.
It's been too long since I've gone home.
Imagine there's a moment where like we're kind of standing by the railing and there's like the piece of armor. You're also showing me like how to stack it, so it's like not just a pile of armor, which I'm now thinking to the pile of clothes that's been unfolded for some time next to my bed.
No. No. Not here. This is a gaming space.
Not like this. Not like this. But thinking of this like nicely stacked thing, and like I just am picturing this like we're just having like a really nice conversation, but Heather's in this like Under Armour shift, that's just a very like relaxed, chill thing to wear, but is like leaning against the railing and you're leaning against the railing. We're just having this conversation, maybe what that would look like from across the deck, for anyone looking on. Just
You're a messy bitch who loves drama.
I love that you just completely blame Jason for this.
they started out.
Listen. The royal you. Anyway, continue.
The royal we. Yeah, that's all. I was just picturing this like tableau.
Meanwhile, I think after Sal has finished, I'm on top of the worlding it with Arabella and Chainsaw. Kit goes up to Sal and says, by any chance, do you have anything like wine or champagne or something like that on the ship?
I mean,
Hard
Um,
ask, I know.
I don't know what champagne is, but we have
Alcohol?
and they bring out like there's 3 different kinds of wine, like a
Probably
red,
rum.
white, and rosé.
Mhm.
There's
good.
mead, there's rum, there is whiskey, and it is like a fully stocked bar now.
Ooh.
Just all
Amazing.
on like, let's say you're having this conversation, in the like the galley is the kitcheny part. So whatever the mess, the crew mess, and there is now half a table just filled with alcohol.
In honor of Nick and Nick's real life hobby of making mead, and Sal as a druid, can there be a colony of bees that live aboard the ship? And Sal is like,
Bees.
this is mead made by Sal?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great.
That's
100%
fantastic.
canon.
Mm-hmm.
I want to love mead so much in my life. The first time I had it, it was nothing like I expected. And I feel like ever since then, I'm just ruined for it.
Oh.
But I think Kit would like it, you know? I want Kit to be the idealized version of me.
Yeah. It's very sweet.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
made from
very
honey and
sweet.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not a big sweet drinker.
There
by
are
themselves.
meads that aren't quite as, they tend to be cut with like more acidic fruits.
Mhm,
So we
mhm.
could say that this is more of a, let's say it's a pomegranate mead.
Mm.
Ooh, yeah.
Because
I'll take that.
pomegranates aren't, used as symbolism for anything ever.
No.
You know, I think they are, though.
No. No.
You are mistaken, sir.
Jason, if you're not the GM, how do you explain the jokes?
Oh.
Shit.
I
All came
will.
apart at the seams.
I will take that. Thank you. Good. Good shipping.
You would know.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm. I really am only good at talking in very specific contexts. I'm so sorry.
I made good shipping to you too.
Thank God. Okay.
And they're like, I learned a new thing. Yeah. I'm
It's
gonna
a
say
good-
this to Lucky later. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, the good news about Sal is like there's no such thing as awkward.
Yeah,
So-
Listen, a kid can make anything in their head. But anyway, I think that then they take the mead and they go up on deck, and then that is when they see this beautiful tableau and take like, Jesus Christ, okay. And then walk up and say, I hope I'm not interrupting too much. Just wondering if I could talk to Heather for a minute.
Oh, yeah, I mean, not interrupting. They were just showing me how to, like, set the armor up. I've never really dealt with. I don't know. Did you ever do, like, Ren Fair or something? Like, I was totally unsure how to deal with this.
It looks good.
Oh, that's fine. I'll leave you to it.
Okay, cool.
And look at this. I don't know where all this stuff came from, but my shift has pockets.
Whoa. I don't have,
Everything has pockets. Why wouldn't it have pockets?
well, I
I-
don't have pockets actually. I just have a lot of leather little hook things.
Pouches.
No. It's like
It's
one
like
of
a
those like
pegboard.
belts that's like and you can just like
Oh.
slot things inside
Loops.
it, loops. But those are useful, so I mean, I'll take it. Yeah.
If you had a shirt, it would have pockets. I think.
Fair. Yeah.
I'm
Not
okay
that
with
I'm complaining.
not having a shirt. Like, can we just say that and like exactly the same?
Red.
Not that I'm complaining. Yeah, perfect.
Amazing.
Thank you for that.
Love my little hottie. No social skills. Great. Hi. I have mead that's apparently made here.
Okay.
Do you want to try some?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay. Pops it open, hands it over.
Tastes like Diet Coke.
Oh, it's crazy.
I think that I am going to interject that Heather would know about the bees.
Oh, sure.
Because in order to make honey and everything, there would have to be actual plants growing on Sal somewhere.
Yeah.
And there were a combination of like potted plants, and then I'm just going to interject a little bit that you were able to like set up like a little raised bed situation.
Oh, okay. Sure. Like help Sal like kind of finalize some projects they were working on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So there will be a batch of mead in 1 to 2 Earth years that
Yeah.
is the azalea
Oh
Excellent.
yeah, great,
Nice.
I
Great.
love that.
That's
No, I will
really
let you
cool.
get to it.
That's awesome.
Good. Yeah, so they're still kind of like overlooking the ocean. After a kid gives you that, they kind of like lean forward on the bow and then say, so I've been thinking about some things, since we've both been here, it's been really great having you here. I hope that it hasn't been like too awful despite not being, fun.
Oh,
So.
it's weird.
Mhm.
It's weird, and I think I'm getting a little bit of that pressure you all talk about sometimes, but it's seems pretty minor or distant, maybe, or
Oh, so not like the performance pressure, but like someone here is you.
yeah. That's at least the way you all have described it. It kind of feels like similar symptoms. That it's just kind of curious. It's not painful or upsetting. It just like I understand what you're talking about now, and that's
Yeah.
honestly kind of the coolest part of this. Is just like it sounds weird, but like going to work with you. It's like when we were at the hospital.
Yeah.
Like it feels like familiar and weird at the same time, and I don't really know how to describe that, but it's also feels good. I don't know. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Yeah. But it's I'm not great always at the talking, so sometimes it's just nice to let you. Anyway, that's not the point. Yeah, I've really enjoyed having you here too. And while we were going through all of that, getting the soul back together, and also, you seeing what we do, and I started thinking that I haven't been fair to you.
In what way?
I think I got really thrown into all of this. And I really wasn't expecting to ever be any kind of superhero or any kind of person who did anything beyond what I did at the hospital with you. And I think in a lot of ways that meant that I kind of placed this big focus and importance on keeping every part of my life that was still normal as possible. And that's...
Yeah, like not letting the peas touch the mashed potatoes.
Yeah, but you're a person who I care about and love, and I shouldn't have put that pressure on you, and I shouldn't have used that to take away what could have been decisions that were yours.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you saying that. I think maybe I don't totally understand the context or where your mindset is right now, but I think maybe something's gotten blown up in your perspective that, well, I don't know. Maybe I'm not totally understanding. I think a lot of people compartmentalize some of their work life and their home life and their love life and all of that. And that's not the weirdest thing to have to do, especially if, it's like secret agent work or whatever. Not that that's really what was going, but I understand like there was some need for secrecy, and I'm not insensitive to that.
Yeah, but your choices are your choices, and I shouldn't get upset or angry at those. And
Was there a
you're
choice
super
of mine you
cool.
were upset at?
No,
It
specifically.
just seems like that's kind of what you were getting at, though. So I don't understand.
What I'm building towards is that I spent a lot of time worried about you, and I didn't want to do anything to help. I just wanted things to stay the way they were.
Oh, okay.
But if you ever wanted to feel a little safer, I can try that.
I guess. Well, safer in which what I feel like we're going around something, and
You remember when I first told you that I could like turn up people's powers, and I was like, thank goodness you didn't ask me to do it, and then I could tell that in your head you were like, oh, I was gonna ask them to do it, but now I don't want to now because it's super awkward and weird.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay. I thank you. I
Uh-huh.
appreciate that. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be intentionally dense.
I was being intentionally obfuscating, so.
I just wanted you to think I was being a dick. Like that's or wasn't trying to be at least. Yeah, I mean, look, if
You can take your time to think about it. You don't have to make a choice now.
well, I mean, here's the thing. I have thought about it a lot. What I want to be, you know, like I consoled myself with a lot of like, oh, it's probably not a good idea. I didn't want to fight crime anyway at the time, and then you know I started hanging out with the La Novia Negra, and we were doing stuff because I don't think Heather knows Rosalinda,
Mm-mm.
right? Okay, yeah. So they only know a super
I would think
identity.
she would know.
Or
By
we're
now.
like buds. Okay.
Well, because we've had that year where we
Oh,
were gone.
right. Okay, so there, yeah, some,
God.
yeah, some of that came down. So,
And
so
that's
they're,
when- yeah,
they're
Rosalinda
buds.
was like, so you have a partner.
yeah,
How's it
they
going?
were work friends, and then they became regular friends
Yeah.
as well.
Mhm.
And so, and they're still like a duo doing superhero stuff, but they're also like buddies. Okay,
Mhm.
cool. So,
Without the one-sided sexual tension.
or at least what Rosalinda thinks. Well, anyway,
Mhm.
Heather says, you know what, when Novia Negra or you know Rosalinda like invited me to start doing stuff with her, and like that was more fun than I thought it would be, and I started to have the sense of I do have more facility with this than most people who have abilities. You know, like I am on that higher part of the range, and I had, you know, I got that feeling of responsibility that I know that a lot of you all feel, and like the feeling that drives you to go to alternate universes and do what you can to make things right. That's fucking crazy,
Yeah.
but also correct.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess that's the thing, you know, is I can make this offer to you, but I can't promise that it doesn't come with some pretty wild strings attached.
What are some of the negative things people have experienced from being changed in this way? You know me, I like a pros and cons list.
Yeah.
Because the
okay.
pros, I've got some pretty clear ideas.
Right. Well, I guess to start, Sapna and I are pretty much. I don't know if you noticed that I got like a little spacey after everything happened. Kind of feeling and seeing everything that has to do with our power all the time.
Right, yeah, you mentioned you could always hear like heartbeats and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, oh, that's all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, you could like,
Yeah.
what's my blood pressure?
It's a little elevated.
Yeah,
but
that makes
yeah.
sense. Like I'm okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the nice thing about like getting closer to people is you can't actually tell them if you notice something that's wrong. But anyway, you get a lot of attention, and not all of it's good. And a lot of people expect you to do things one way, and when you do things that way, other people will think you did it wrong.
I mean, what if somebody, let's say, just hypothetically, was turned up to a 9 and then didn't retest on the Lee scale and update any of their paperwork? Would that be a way this hypothetical person could manage external expectations?
I mean, probably. I don't think that would fix the internal expectations, though.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. Something just happens when you get like this that it just feels. I don't know. You'd have to talk to the others specifically about how they feel, what's happened to them. But for me, it feels like I used to be a person, and now it kind of feels like I'm a poorly contained mass of energy, and it has to go somewhere.
Huh.
And helping people and doing things and using it kind of quells that feeling.
Okay. Well, I'll do that. I'll ask the others and
Yeah.
I'll sleep on it. I almost said pray on it. That's not what Heather says. um, this is Heather's secret church life.
It's like, I don't even know you.
I didn't want to tell you, but yeah, I think that's maybe a good place to.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna circle back around just real quick to Hector in your star charts.
Mm-hmm.
Are you like you're mapping them out? Like you've got some paper?
Yeah, I
and
think he would have
pen, or-
found some like parchment and like a quill pen. And he's actually trying to draw some maps using like his knowledge of navigating.
So as you do this, it's twilight, nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has had dinner. There's been there was a half a table full of alcohol in the mess, so there was a good time had by those who wanted to have that good time. And as people kind of split off and go, or pass out on the bench in the mess hall, you're left pretty much alone, and you're working and going through your feelings, and then suddenly there is a very large calico cat, like the size of like a full-grown purebred Maine Coon
That's a
times
big cat.
15%.
Oh my, that's a cougar.
Hops up onto the table where you're drawing things and expertly avoids
Mm-hmm.
the inkwell, but sticks its nose directly in your papers and then in your face. And
Hector recoils slightly. Like, that's a big ass cat.
it's a big ass cat. And then you see kind of like a shimmer,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a teenage girl perched on your table with her nose 3 inches from your nose,
Mm-hmm.
and she's like, I want some chicken. Do you have any chicken?
He looks around. I don't, but I could get you some.
That would be great. Please.
Okay. Have you been here the whole time?
I live here.
Oh,
You don't live here.
I don't. Not anywhere near here. It is a pretty beautiful place. I learned. How much chicken did you need?
All of it.
Okay. Are you not allowed to have chicken?
And she
The dad instinct surfaces.
Yeah.
looks to the side, and it's like, I said please.
Oh, okay. I figured that you're old enough that you could go get your own chicken.
Literal magic word.
Screws up her face. She's like, look, you said I couldn't have any more chicken tonight.
Brutal.
It's rough, buddy.
Lucky is a goddamn villain.
The worst. The worst. I mean, I only puked on her bed that one time. On their bed that one time.
It's inconvenient. So you're Do you go and do the same things that Lucky does?
No.
You just kind
They
of
say I'm a child and I should have a good childhood while I learn to socialize with humans and other people.
Oh.
Sometimes I get to go out patrolling the wall, though.
Oh. Who's Wall?
He's like my uncle,
Oh.
but he's real busy. But
Is Wall on the ship?
no,
Dumb
Wall has to
question.
stay in his kingdom because now he's like in charge of stuff. It's
Oh.
much less fun than it used to be.
Probably has a lot of chicken.
It does. He doesn't care if I puke because he lives in a swamp.
Like, what's your over/under on puking right now?
It depends.
Yeah.
Roll insight.
I'm just kidding.
So is Lucky a family member?
Sure.
Oh.
They take care of me and are teaching me things that I need to know because like, she sits up and she's like, because I cannot leave you alone for 5 minutes without you jumping overboard and going out and getting in some kind of trouble. And then she slouches back down, and she is fully sitting on your maps now.
Crinkle, crinkle.
He's also like in his head thinking like, well, at least it's digitally inbuilt. So you have a good time with when you're on shore? Like, what do you do?
I do all sorts of things.
Like what?
I go out with Lucky and Sal, and we go eat at the best places. They don't always have chicken, but sometimes they have fish. I like fish. And then we go shopping.
I can see Hector like
then
he has a
we-
plate of fish and he's like, kind of like pulls it back a little bit.
Oh, if they're like, as soon as it moves, it's like, fish. In her hand is like coming out.
Mhm.
Very sneaky. Very sneaky. Very much like just slowly. It's not sneaky at all. But we go out, Lucky has to work and do stuff, but Sal takes me around and we go to different places and experience different things. It's fun. I get to learn about people. We went to Spire and we helped the union. We did all kinds of fun stuff.
So Union boat.
Mhm.
We sank a couple of Rise ships. That was fun.
Wow.
Lucky was less than enthusiastic to find out I was on one of those Rise ships when it was starting to sink. That's when she said what she said. When they said what they said.
Is that our first mention of Rise?
Because it was on the boat.
Oh, that's right. Well, Royal Intrepid Shipping and Exploration Company was.
Mhm.
Oh,
Mhm.
excuse me.
Hector blinks. Rise, you say?
The Royal Intrepid Shipping and Exploration Company. It's a lot to say all at one time.
It's interesting. Hector kind of looks down at the maps. Do you know where we're going?
We're gonna go to the Isle of the Dead.
Can you tell me about that? Have you been there?
Mm-hmm. That's where I found Sal.
Oh,
So the word is in Corinda. And they have the best restaurants. Last Call on 10th is the best place to go.
I'll have to remember that.
You do. Because then you can bring me back some chicken.
Okay.
The Queen of the Dead lives there. She's real nice.
What is
She gives lucky jobs sometimes.
what does the queen do other than rule over the island?
She gives jobs to Lucky.
Sweet.
Very teenager perspective. Like, I don't know.
My dad works. What do you want?
What have you been up to? What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm just charting the stars. They're different than where I come from, where I live.
She like looks down, looks up, gets up off apps. You're very.
Mm-hmm.
You've been sat on by a very large cat and a teenage girl at this
Mhm.
point. She's like, I know a bunch of stories about the stars. Do you want to hear them?
Sure.
And she starts telling you about like
Mhm.
the myths of the stars
Mhm.
in this universe and how you can tell the different constellations
Mhm.
by how many moons are up at the time, and because there are 3 moons.
Mm-hmm.
Currently there are only 2 moons that you can see, but there are 3 moons total. And you're not quite sure that so many of those constellations are actually named after meat products,
Mm-hmm.
but you're just gonna let that one go for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
This is the T-bone constellation. This is the filet mignon constellation.
That one up there is ribs.
This one's brisket.
This one's fish and chips.
You know, like the chips don't matter because they're falling down.
The fish and fish.
That one is the big fish and the little fish.
Big Fisher? Big Fisher, Little Fisher?
Mhm.
Actually, looks. What's the character's name? I spaced.
Oh, it's Portina. Sorry, that's my bad. I feel like I did not quite introduce her.
Yeah, I don't know if she ever said her name yet, but yeah.
What are
Hec-
names when there's
Hector
chicken?
looks in her eyes and goes, I'm looking for a specific star. And then he basically like describes the North Star. He goes, do you have that star here? He's like,
Oh.
I'm trying to figure it out.
It's a star that you can always see,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the brightest one.
Mm-hmm.
We have it. It's right there. And she points to a star, and she's like, "That star is called the Remembrance
Mm.
because we always see it and can remember the people who have come before us, and the people who will come after us will always see that one star." It's the most boring one because it never changes.
Hector smiles. And he goes, it's a special star to me. I have a daughter who's a little bit older than you, but I was gone a lot. But one thing we could always see together was the North Star. And I always said, if you needed to talk to me, please talk to that star and I'll know.
So you had a communication device that like relied on the star? That's cool.
Yeah.
That's really.
So thank you for pointing that star out to me.
Have fun talking to your daughter.
He slides over the fish.
Nice. And she takes it and just like instead of taking it like in her hands,
Mhm.
like, you know, I guess it would do. You have a giant Maine Coon sized calico. Snaps all the fish off of that plate and jets.
Yeah, it might take it away. It might take it back.
Mhm.
It's her fish now.
Yeah, into a dark spot.
Yeah.
That's what I used to do as a kid too.
So, did you have anything else you wanted to hit up, Enge?
Not really.
We can just fade to black on the chainsaw on Arabelle evening times.
Yeah,
See,
I am
There's a-
imagining like
there's a fireplace on board now.
yeah, well, it's the strangest thing. Like where like I'm just like laying in her lap and we're like giggling and talking about stuff.
I
It's
love
just like-
stuff.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, why is he so stupid in this universe?
I like seeing Chainsaw like that,
Yeah.
honestly. Like
Yeah.
that.
I
That's
do
just
too.
really neat.
It is nice to have the carefree and
Mm-hmm.
footloose and fancy free
Yes.
chainsaw. So that the dawn breaks on the second day of your travels, and despite the fact that you probably, at least some of you, had quite the late evening of carousing, you hear Sal's voice coming from your cabins. That's like, we're here. We're here. We're here.
Oh.
Oh, we're here.
Y'all should really okay, yeah. I'm sorry for intruding on your personal space. But no, really, we're here. Get up here.
Okay. Hey, can you help me put this on?
Yeah, yeah,
This
sure.
is a lot.
I'm your squire.
Let's go.
Amazing.
So you all head up to the deck of the ship, and as you look out onto the ocean, it's been a pretty, outside of this, uneventful 2 days, but you've been going really fast. You haven't caught any fish. They can't keep up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And as you look out towards the prow of the ship, we're gonna pretend that that's actually what it is and not just what I think it might be called. You see
the
in the
prow, yeah.
distance an island, and it's like kind of a like a crescent shaped bay. And in the distance you see that there are elements of a city that go all the way up this cliffside. And currently, as you get closer, you start to see like what looks like, is it a fog? Is it a haze? And as you get closer and closer, you realize it's neither of those things. It's smoke.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
And then as you approach even more closely, because you're going in real fast, and as Sal realizes that there is like smoke coming from the town, the wind, which is held pretty steady, they come out to the ship and kind of bang their staff on the deck 3 times. And I hope everybody was hanging on to something.
Definitely not. Gonna fall over in a
Yeah,
pile of
because
armor.
we
and
were
hit.
like doing the armor.
Yeah.
Who wants to make an
Yeah.
athletics check?
I definitely have to roll.
Everybody make
Yeah.
me a fun
Let's
and
do some
exciting athletics.
athletics.
I've got 4 dice in that.
All right, chat. Tell me if this dice box is too loud. Okay,
It's pretty loud.
it's pretty loud.
It's pretty loud.
It's designed to be loud, but is it too loud? That's the question. I got 2 8s.
I got a pair of 1s. It ain't pretty.
I got 4 5.
Just those aren't rolled.
Oh, okay.
Fall into Kit's arms. Oh.
Exactly.
Pair of 10s.
No, fantastic. So I'm gonna say that Heather, you try to brace yourself, but like the weight of all this armor that you have
Oh,
on
yeah,
all of a
it's
sudden
definitely
kind of like
new,
it's
yeah.
like, oh god, it's so top heavy.
Yeah.
Sorry. And you do. You fall directly into
My massive beefy arm.
Yeah, let's go.
and end up kind of like 1 foot in the air, like leaning backwards. It's very picturesque for some reason.
Yep.
Arabelle and Chainsaw, like, you're ready for the same thing. You're like, yeah, I got this.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so great. And Arabelle like barely moves her legs and is fine. And you
Totally missed you,
got
I got 4 5s.
4 5s. You and Bill are so good. It's an amusing set of like you know how when you see a movie and there's the captain, like suddenly there's rough seas
Yeah.
and the captain is like with their legs,
Yeah.
like to really emphasize the movement of this ship that is actually like on 2 feet of water and there's like people on the side. Like,
What?
Movie magic's ruined.
it's okay.
No,
They actually
real.
built a pool into a stage at Warner Brothers.
That's cool.
Just so you know, like a lot of things have been done on water that they port into sound stages.
Movie magic restored.
and Bill does the same thing,
Mm-hmm.
and you hear kind of that like whirring of like
Mm-hmm.
dun, 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 dun. And y'all are approaching this burning city very, very fast. Lucky comes up onto deck and has their guitars strapped to their thighs and has whipped out a very oddly shaped. It's like a whip. It's like a metal whip.
Not a whip, I'm your wife. Sorry. I was desperately holding it in.
Sometimes
and
it's
it-
gotta
That's
come
so
out.
good.
yeah.
And flicks their wrist and you hear kind of like a snap, a metallic snap come off of it. And as you come into port, you see that there is a good section of the town has caught on fire. There is a fire going. There are different people leading evacuations. There are a few groups of people fighting. They look like, rather than like a town militia, it's more like just other groups of sailors. There are a bunch of ships in the port itself. A couple of those are on fire-ish. There are people actively working to put those out. And you see what's like a few groups here and there of what look like sailors fighting these very big, like bone white humanoid figures. Jason, will you help me
Mhm.
fill in the description of the?
Oh yeah. So the bone giants, as we had in the cast-offs, are 6 to 8 feet tall. They're not like D&D giants, right? But they are like enormous.
Big
They're
boys.
not necessarily built like, you know, Minsk the Barbarian or anything. They're just like very tall. Some of them have some muscle definition, but most of them are pretty thin. And they use leverage and a lot of magic. And but yeah, it's you know, a lot of like dark leather strappy stuff. You know, magic staves and stuff like that. Almost everybody shaves their head. You know, maybe some beards, maybe some people have shaved part of their head or whatever, but a lot of yeah, just chalk white skin and a lot of like black tattoos as well. So parts of that filled in as well.
Suddenly very glad that I have long hair to distinguish me from the bone giant.
Huh.
They're using magic. It's kind of cool.
Now we're Are they normally?
I mean, they're wrecking this town.
So, Lucky, what's going on compared to what's normally
Yeah.
not happening?
What are those things?
They're the bone giants. There should not be this many of them left to do this. Okay, Cliff looks up at the cliff. Short version.
I like the short versions.
They want immortality by any means possible.
Hmm.
If you see figures in the back, they usually wear more furs and have wands. Don't be in their direct line of sight. It's a bad idea. And yeah, they're real strong. Some of them are more tough than others. We've been fighting them for a long time. We took out their main force. They once had enough power to attempt to storm the gates of the dead.
They would probably also have skeletons,
Oh, yes. Thank you.
not just the ones inside.
Skeletons.
And yeah,
Thanks,
if you see the wand people, be careful of raised animated skeletons. Not drawn skeletons, but you know.
So, the Queen of the Dead. Does the Queen have an army? Or the sailors the army?
I'm sure that the town has a standing force, peacekeepers, but the queen's not really that kind of queen. That's not really how that works.
As Chainsaw lights up his cigar and says, "We're the army now."
We're in the army now, Polycor?
Okay.
Putting
Um,
make sure I'm all full up on all my explosives and stuff.
So what you can see closest to you as you pull into port is a couple of ships that out of, say, 8 other ships that are there. A couple of them are smoldering. People are actively working on putting out fires there, but they are putting out a large amount of smoke that is slightly obscuring your vision of the rest of the town proper, along with the other fires that are in the town. So visibility far is a bit of an issue. Close to on the docks themselves, there are a number of bone giants, let's say 10 bone giants, fighting a group of half a dozen sailors. You can see that there are some sailors who are down, but the rest of them have rallied around that group to protect the injured, and are kind of doing okay. At the moment, you do not see any wand-wielding bone giants, and you do not see any skeletons.
But this first fight is like out on the pier,
Yes.
so they're over the water.
They are next to the water, so like you have your pier dock that comes like juts out into the water, and it is perpendicular, so it makes kind of a T shape into the docks. Where like the noses of the ships are and stuff. Most of the fighting is concentrated on that area, not on the jutting out piers themselves.
Okay.
So, what's more important, the sailors in the front or the queen? Like, can the queen protect herself? Or
Lucky turns to you, it's like, if the queen could protect herself, this wouldn't be happening right now.
so is our priority to save the queen?
I don't think we'll be able to even get to her if we can't take care of this.
Yeah, I think it's
With
a
all
one
the
thing at a
smoke
time
and-
situation.
Yeah, we'll move our way in.
We have the ability to supersede some of this.
To what?
Go around it.
Sure. And just
But-
let all these people die.
These people are in trouble now.
I mean, and also, I mean, I'm not trying to sound calloused here, but with all this smoke, we don't actually know what's beyond this. So even if we did try to supersede it, we don't know what's waiting for us.
Or where to go.
Or if we'd be circled. Anyway.
So I'd like to have a bunch of seaweed jet up out of the water and grab a bone giant by the ankles.
Great.
Hmm.
I am going to give you that surprise round.
Okay.
Because they are busy. And I don't have a character sheet in front of me, so please
Do that thing.
Wait,
roll a
wait.
thing.
Oh, it
Roll
is.
your
thing.
power.
Okay, 7 dice and a wiggle die. Here we go.
Great.
Let's go. That, you bastard.
That's what you get for rolling digital dice.
That's what I get for having 20 willpower.
Oh my god.
Make that 19.
Dear God.
Fucking rude.
Okay, so we're gonna make that 3 7s. Track my willpower.
Okay. So you're able to sneak a set of seaweed that grows up very quickly and catches the bone giant that is closest to the edge of the water
Mm-hmm.
around the ankle. And it, let's call this one he like right as he's about to move in to like swing a huge like sword at one of the sailors, it's like "Eh," and rather comically falls on his face.
Oh, great.
So he is currently prone,
I can't believe that
Um,
worked.
and you have
done.
now to help me out with some initiative order.
Oh, right.
We're gonna go into
Sense order.
some combat. And are we still
No, I think I'm first.
No.
okay? So Hector, chainsaw.
Kit, and what's your sense?
3.
Oh, then it's Heather.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Heather's first then, right?
I'm
Yeah.
5.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm
Heather
4.
is first.
So
Wait,
it's-
you're 5?
I have a sense 5, yeah.
Oh.
I think he upped it when
What's your-
we were in the between times.
Mind.
What's our next one?
Mind.
What's your mind?
3.
Okay, cool. I still do go after you. Okay.
Okay.
Not
Okay,
too
so
much
we're
change.
at Heather,
Too much
Hector,
change. Skip.
chainsaw, Kit. I am gonna say that the at this point, to kind of simplify things, because I don't want to have to roll for 8 bone giants and 6 sailors.
So
I'm
real.
going to roll as groups there.
Yeah.
And they have. We're gonna say that the sailors will go before Heather, and the bone giants will go after Hector.
And you said none of these have like wands or magic-y looking.
None of them
Stuff,
that you can
okay.
see currently have wands.
Okay.
This is not a sticky post-it.
Yeah,
It
mine
is just
isn't
a-
either. Like it's like nothing.
It's a
Just,
piece of paper.
Just a widow piece.
there's like a tiny bit of stickum on the
It's
back.
just
but
enough to make you think that it's going to stick to something,
Yeah.
and then it skitters across the surface.
Yes.
It's great.
Feelings.
It's a trap. So the sailors are going to declare that they're going to keep fighting the bone giants and try to, hold them off and into place. And then Heather.
Oh, I'm declaring. Let's see. Is the ship like pulling up to the dock? Yeah.
It has. Sal has called up a counterwind
Oh yeah.
to make sure that you don't crash directly into it.
Yeah.
But they are very good at what they do.
Sal's an airbender.
I'm gonna have Lucky and Sal go on the same turn as the bone giants.
So yeah, I'm gonna hop out onto the deck, or the dock. I mean, and
Dick, dick, dog.
yep,
Whoa.
nobody knows. And also a note that my attacks have days on them, so
Oh,
they
yes,
have to
thank you.
subtract the width of my success from their next die roll.
And you had what was your width on that last one?
That was 3 7s.
3 7s,
so-
great.
They have to take 3 dice out of the bone giant attack. That's good, Eli. So yeah, I'm gonna hop out onto the dock and just try to, rather than an attack this time, I am gonna use the useful variable effect, like just try to entangle as many of them as I can. Just seaweed shooting up out of the water, just try to immobilize as many bone giants as I can.
Fantastic. And remind me again, how does days work with armor, and does it matter? Is
It doesn't.
It is separate from.
Yeah, because it's separate from how much damage they took or anything like that. So,
Fantastic.
yeah.
Thank you. And Hector.
Are these autonomous beings?
Oh wait, sorry. Correction. If it did 0 damage, I don't think I'm allowed to apply daze.
Okay.
So if none of the damage got through, then they shouldn't be dazed.
Are these autonomous?
What, bone giants? They're people.
Oh,
They're big ol' meanies.
Yeah.
I shoot.
Yeah.
For Bill. Actually, cannons.
Oh right.
Yeah,
So you'll be doing a cannon attack on
a bone giant.
a bone giant, and then the bone giants are going to split their focus, because you are now like, so I'm going to say half of them are going to attempt to attack the sailors, like keep that going, and then half of them are going to turn around and come for the thing that snuck up behind them
Yeah.
that
It's
they were
also
not expecting.
worth noting that my attack has obvious on it, and so it's obviously from me, in case they have feelings about that.
All plants.
Yeah.
So you've got currently, especially because you jumped down onto the dock,
Yeah.
you got some bone giants coming for you, Heather.
It's probably fine.
You're so shiny.
Yeah.
You look like a snack.
I've got my 2 points of armor.
The eye twitch was so real.
And my 7 on a Lee scale.
Lucky is going to jump down next to Heather and unleash the whip. And Sal is going to call up some, like, attempt to bring in some rain to help the other
Ooh.
ships that are on fire,
Yeah.
Makes
and
so much
hopefully
sense.
dampen some of the smoke.
Smart.
And then we have Chainsaw.
I'm going to whip out my iridescent cape into wings and take off. And are there some bone giants coming for Heather? I heard.
Yeah, we're meeting on the dock.
Cool.
Me.
But you have one like by the ankles or something. You're trying to
Yeah,
drag it
one
into the
got
water?
tipped over, and then the rest of them are like, "What?" And yeah.
All right. Were I to explode them, would I also explode other people?
They're engaged in hand-to-hand combat
Okay.
with the other half dozen sailors,
Sailors
and you
longshoremen.
are on a wooden dock next to some wooden ships.
As long as the ships aren't sentient, I'm okay with that. But what I'm going to do instead is try to like pull focus off of Heather by flying up and just pulling out my pistols and in at them while like if bone giants are here, Heather's here, I'm going to fly out and around them so that they'll have to focus on me more than Heather.
Great.
And
So
it's
I'm gonna have
worth
you-
noting as well that his blaster power is like super accurate and has armor piercing. So just
That is good to note. I am going to have you roll a multi-action for that one because you're doing fancy flying plus shooting.
Fancy fly!
And so it's the lower dice pool -1. You lose hard dice first
Cool.
if you have them in that power. And you will need 2 matches to do both of them. It's just a reminder for everyone, mostly me. Wild talents combat. The best.
it's wild.
But I can also spend power points to add more dice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, willpower.
Willpower.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Power
Yeah.
points.
He's got Savage World on the
Savage
brain.
Worlds,
Yeah.
exactly.
And I have a cheat sheet for how much that costs
Yeah.
you.
That'd be great.
somewhere. I didn't pull it out ahead of time because I'm so super prepared. I mean, the fact that I still have all of these just printed out in front of me, it's just... Spending willpower. It's 1 willpower per normal dice, and then,
Oh, we've been doing it as 1 for loose dice, 2
Yes.
for hard dice, 4 for wiggle dice.
thank you. And I was like, none of the rest of the numbers are on here. It's great.
Yeah, because that's not exactly what the book says. It's they want you to pay like 44 willpower for a wiggle die. Like,
What?
what?
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
I don't want to
Oh,
get into
you've
it.
done-
So it's 1, 2,
Ain't
or
nobody got
4.
time for that.
1, 2, or 4 if you want to add dice back into your pool. And then Kit.
So there's the dock and the like pier of the dock that all the fighting is going on. Is there anything behind that that's like cobbled stone or something that is not conductive?
Yeah, the streets here are
question.
made of joined stone.
Okay, cool. I'm just
The
keeping in mind.
warehouses are
yeah.
also like mostly stone based.
Okay, that's good. I'm keeping in mind that like what Hector said, and that like of course we have to take care of these things, but it's best if we like take care of it as quickly as possible. So Kit is actually not going for an injuring move, but rather an intimidation move. That they are going to like kind of try to go behind onto this non-conductive area and just pull like a huge loud crack of lightning kind of into the middle of the fray where it's not going to conduct out and hurt anyone, but is like, hey, big scary
Yeah,
retreat.
Awesome.
a literal flashbang.
Mhm.
Exactly.
I am gonna have you roll intimidation on that one.
Awesome.
And
Can I? So my intimidation is 6 dice. My electric kit is 3 regular and 2 wiggle. Should I do like intimidation or like a combination or like what's the vibe?
I think when we did the intimidation roll against Brian, I just rolled intimidation.
That's
and
good.
I don't
Mm.
remember.
Yeah.
Tight. I mean, the 3 and the 2 is kind of like definitely I'm gonna pull down the
Mhm.
lightning. The question is how scary it is. So that makes sense.
Yeah,
to me.
and that
Mhm.
and that was the thing. It's like you can pull down the lightning. That's not the question.
Yeah.
Like that's not.
Yeah, you've
in
got wiggle
question.
dice in it. Like,
Yeah.
it's, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so that takes care of our things. Let's roll some dice.
Oh, yes. Okay, app. Don't kill me now.
It's dice rolling, dice rolling. Oops.
Hell yeah. Mine's fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll.
That was pretty scary, but not super scary.
So,
I was only medium thunder scary.
I got a 10 and a 9, but no matches
Nice.
for them.
oh wow. Okay. Are these dice like? They're like. Are you sitting in Jason's chair?
Oh no, what have you done?
You know what? It's actually a good thing. Like
And you can't even accuse them of being weighted because it's a different no. It's not like they always roll 10s.
Yeah,
right?
that was always a different number.
I was like, oh, how about 17 fours? Like,
Yeah,
I didn't roll that many dice.
but somehow.
have I ever rolled 4 of a kind on loose dice before when I'm sitting in that chair? No.
No.
I
It's
roll
the
4
chair.
pairs. But you know, I'm just real. This is happening here, so I'm just gonna make a note that this.
My dice are also, what's the phrase? A messy bitch who loves drama?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bless.
I know what I am.
And then I'm gonna roll for the
Comfortable in me. Yeah.
bone giants. And boss.
As Abe Lincoln said, know thyself.
Did he?
Oh damn.
To thine own self be true.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Wait a minute.
You also said fucking vampires.
That was
Yeah.
Marlowe.
Look, I will stand by Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, the novel, until the day I die.
Ooh.
It was fucking fun.
The
and
novel?
stupid and fun.
They made a book out of that?
The movie was not so good.
That is,
And I was prepared to enjoy a very dumb movie.
Yes.
And it was not
I
fun.
do love a dumb movie. I just watched Lisa Frankenstein.
How was that?
How was it?
How many dice do you normally
Oh.
roll?
No.
Oh,
What's that?
Heroes, like single heroes who are trying to do a thing.
Like with powers and shit, or just like sailors fighting with.
The singlers
Sticks.
I already rolled for. The things I'm trying to roll for lucky. I just don't remember what you rolled last time for.
Oh, I would roll, like-
skills and stuff.
6 or 7 dice plus a wiggle die.
Great, thanks.
Just depends.
I loved it. I'd say if you like camp, corniness, and like heavy homage, you'll
Mhm.
like it.
Oh,
I'm probably gonna really like that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see it. I just don't know anything about it yet. So.
Great. So
That's like the first review I've heard. So.
now
I've
that
heard
I
a
have
lot of people
resolved
say
all of
I'm going to
this.
see Lisa Frankenstein, but I haven't heard anything after. So
Okay, so I have some 4 of a kinds who. does
I
anybody
have
else
4 of a kind.
I'm living it too.
I'm living at a pair.
I got parents.
Okay, great. So, Heather, what were your
Just
4
tens.
points? Just
Just casually
3 loose 10s, by the way, and a wiggle die.
amazing.
take your willpower.
So you could take out
Oh yeah,
willpower back.
2 willpower in fact, but I can only gain 1 because I'm maxed out at 20
Ooh,
willpower.
okay.
Did I mention I have 20 willpower?
So
Man, that's a lot. I only have 19.
I hate you all.
Ugh.
You know you could buy more at
what
any
money?
moment.
With what money?
this really is the issue. It's not you could buy more, but Kit out of all of us has bought the
I
most.
Yeah.
bought so much. My credit card.
So currently you are able to tell me what it looks like when you're
So just like tendrils of seaweed blasting up out of the water. There's like splash of water everywhere, and they like wrap around the dock into everyone's legs, but somehow only grab the chalk white bone giant legs. And I imagine a bunch of the sailors are like, "Oh shit!" But they're not getting grabbed. Only the bone giants are getting grabbed, and the bone giants are going to find it very difficult to move around.
fantastic.
So, they should be operating at a I forget exact. I don't think it's a -4. Actually, I think it is -4 to their dice pools for their next roll. Not obviously.
Great.
That's my girlfriend.
And then so what happens here with such an amazing you were focused on the bone giants in front of you
Yeah.
versus the bone giants in front of them.
So choose. Clearly, I can't choose the bone giants in front of me.
Except that both cups were treated
Yeah.
with bone giant, and therefore the seaweed was like, I see bone giant over here, I see bone giant over there, we're gonna get the bone giants. And
God.
this seaweed comes up like not animatronic, stop motion animation style.
Oh yeah.
Comes up and it entwines all of the bone giants that are on the dock right now. So they are all relatively immobilized. The one who had face planted is now
Just like
Like
roped down.
under a bed of, it's kind of a lump.
Fuck that guy in particular.
And so that actually takes you down to 7 bone giants who are in some real situations. The sailors rolled 4 9s. So
Let's go, guys.
Go sailors.
Yes, I do.
especially with the seaweed coming out, and they're kind of they do take a pause. They're like, oh shit, what is happening? But then they realize that whatever it is, it's helpful to us.
Yes.
Awesome. And so they do their little they're kind of stepping in a way that is it almost looks like a power jig.
Oh yeah.
There's a dance fight going on over there for
Yeah.
some reason, but they
let's
they
river
rally
dance.
together and take down another one of the bone giants that was in front of them as they focus fire, if you will.
Mhm.
And then Lucky, who rolled 4 5s,
Hell yeah.
lashes out with their whip and disarms one of the bone giants that was coming for Heather. The one that was in the lead is grievously wounded and has dropped their weapon.
Nice.
And yeah, so you do notice that like there's a particular glint to the end of Lucky's with Arumi. It's an Arumi. It is a flexible metal sword. That it should be light, but it's not. It's kind of like dark instead. It's like
Oh.
it's edged in shadow.
Like it's absorbing light.
Mm-hmm. So I guess glint was the opposite of what I should say.
An unglint.
Oh, that's so cool.
So then that takes care of the 4 of a kind round, and then right, or you had pairs. Everybody else had pairs.
Mhm.
Cool. What's everybody's pairs?
10.
10s and 6s.
5s. So I'll go last.
Okay. So since we'll do chainsaws first because you were faster. I guess.
Yeah. Yar.
So your 10s would be so you were able to zip around to the other side really easily, very stylishly. Arabelle is very impressed from where she is cowering behind a very nice solid piece of
Not a
sal.
worry.
So
That's
fair of her.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please
Cheering.
take cover.
cheering you on. How did she get covered in cat hair so fast? We'll never know.
She's
So
moist.
Mhm, mhm.
like there's so much cat hair everywhere. And then we'll go to, you said 6s, you had 10s though, so we'll go to Hector's 10s.
Okay. I'm just shooting at one of the bone giants.
Great. So you have
I don't have any penetration though, so it's just 2 successes.
okay. You do notice that like it rocks one of them,
Mm-hmm.
but it's almost like there's a little bit of like it doesn't do as much as you thought it would do.
Bastards.
Yes.
Got resistance.
And then 6s, right? And
Yeah,
then-
and 6s.
Yes. It's my iridescent bat cape, my big gay bat. And so yeah, that's pair of 6s with penetration 4.
Oh, fantastic. So you are aiming at the bone giants in front of Lucky in order to both like distract, and they are well and truly distracted. I think you kind of like they aren't paying as much attention to you as you thought they would, but mostly because they are paying a lot of attention to the fact that the seaweed just came for them.
wrapped up in seaweed.
And you were able to take one of them by surprise, and you do some pretty good damage. This is like 2 shock and 2 killing. The obviously goes right through. And then we get to Kit.
Yes, and it's, I mean, even though I didn't roll super well, I feel like it's really good for Kit to go last and that, like, everyone's done, like, a huge amount of damage, and then Kit lands behind, and I just finished the animated series Avatar: The Last Airbender for the first time.
Whoa.
First time
Nice.
ever.
Oh, I'm so excited to talk to you about this
Yes,
later.
yes,
Okay.
yes. So yeah, lands and like puts a hand up in the air. We'll do like 2 fingers because I love that movement in the
Yes.
show. And then like pulls it down, wraps it around an arm, and then just drives it down in this huge crack from the sky. But it's only 5, so like scary, but not 10 scary. But
When it comes to intimidation, it's a stability roll
Yeah.
for the baddies.
Yeah.
And we're gonna say that they are operating at a negative dice on their stability check
Oh,
because
right.
they are.
That
Currently
is something you
in-
might apply my -4 to.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, like
That is what I am doing.
okay.
also, I think the first time Heather has seen Kit use their lightning powers because
Yeah.
the Kraken, Heather wasn't there. So.
Right.
Mhm.
And
Right,
yeah,
right.
Heather's like intellectually aware that you have new powers,
Yes.
but yeah.
But holy smokes.
Smell.
On this reduced number of dice, they rolled 10s because this dice are
Jesus.
little bitches.
I'm so sorry.
Nah, it's okay. I still looked cool, and looking hot is half the battle.
Yeah. Heather's
At least
Thank
half the
you.
battle. But you do have a bunch of bone giants who are currently wrapped up in seaweed. We are down to actually, let's say that you and Lucky targeted the same one because y'all are smart and work together that way. And you are down to like 2 bone giants in front of Heather and 3 bone giants in front of the sailors.
All right.
All right.
yeah.
And we will go back up to the top. The sailor's going to continue fighting the bone giants in front of them.
Okay.
Go, go, go.
And Heather.
I'm going to multi-action and try to drag these two in front of me into the ocean.
Nice.
Just drag them off the dock.
Great. And Hector?
Hector's gonna go fly up next to the soldiers and engage the bone giants and hand combat.
Okay. And then the bone giants are going to attempt to free themselves from the seaweed. Because, you know, that is their main concern at the moment. They're like, I'm going to say yes. They're just going to try to free themselves. They're like, what the fuck is happening? I don't like
They're
this.
just sitting on a dock by the bay.
Yeah.
Lucky is going to attack another one. And Sal is going to assist Heather.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
And in the interest of simplifying this in the terms of number of rolls, I have to make it how slow this is going to be
Sure.
because of them. I'm just going to say that Sal is able to add 2 dice to your pool.
Okay. So I was going to lose one.
And
so
now
I'll
you
just
gain
add one.
Yep. That feels like a fair thing.
Yeah.
And then chainsaw.
All right, I am going to kind of hover there. I throw these 2 expended pistols out, and as they fall down, they just kind of disintegrate into embers and reappear on the back of my belt as I pull out 2 new pistols. And I'm going to concentrate firing to try to take some stuff out.
Great.
Mhm.
And Kit.
I considered using my body powers, but you know, we still haven't gotten to the Death Queen yet, so I want to save all my willpower. So
Mhm.
I think in lieu of this not being maybe scary enough to make them run, I am just going to concentrate some lightning down on the one that looks like it's about to reach Heather. So
Fantastic.
Cool. Also, I bought a wiggle die for 4 willpower.
Fantastic. So we are going to roll some things. So just get 3.
We gonna roll some. We rolling, rolling,
And
rolling.
we're going to re-roll that hot garbage. Roll just this guy. How do I do? It's cocked in my digital roller.
oh my god,
How
it
is that
is.
possible?
It's
I guess it must be physics based.
they
I
have a
have one that
physics
does that
engine,
too.
Mm-hmm.
and I like that it's a physics engine. So like that's fine.
yeah, but,
but
like this is the part that they
how
should have
do I-
gotten rid of.
How do I undo this? I'll just add a new die. Okay. And
Then
we're re-rolling this.
the bone giants are now operating. I'm gonna say because they're focusing all their attention on this, that they are not encumbered in terms of their die rolling for it, which gives them
I'm really good at rolling pairs.
So real.
Oh
Yeah,
right.
I
That
feel
reminded
that.
me I'm doing multi-action. I have to
yup.
re-roll.
And great. And so this time around the dice were much less drama ridden.
I'm on my 4th re-roll over here. Hold
Oh
on.
my god.
Jason's
Good
Good thing
got
there's
all
so
the drama.
much willpower.
Yeah.
Mhm. Who has 20 willpower now?
Well, yeah. Now I only have 13. Wow, I was really hoping for a better roll than this. I'm gonna do one more. Sorry. Please.
Okay.
I officially think it's the chair now.
Mm.
Might be the chair.
Okay,
Could be
so
the
I'm gonna
chair.
keep the 6s,
Mm-hmm. You got some freeze.
and then
And you have at least one wiggle, right?
I have 2 wiggle dice
Okay.
currently. Yeah, I think you're right. I'll have to do that, and then
Yes,
I can
and
add
then-
one more with the wiggle dice, and Yeah, I'll do that.
So
Highest is 3 of a kind for me.
four of a kind. Great. So Chainsaw, you are shooting at one of the bone giants with your pistols.
Trying to take him out. 4 8s.
Fantastic. So you focus your fire on one of the bone giants that is fighting the sailors or fighting Lucky? Or fighting Heather.
I'm gonna say sailors because I think Heather's got this.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
It's a vote of confidence.
And you do manage to, it like goes through, and it's like because of the wounds that the sailors had inflicted on the last turn, you are able to down another giant that gets, once again, like, it goes down and you're like, where did it's, the seaweed is there now. The seaweed has it. It belongs to the seaweed.
Belongs to the seaweed.
So we're down to 2 and 2.
Yes, seaweed now, Jack.
Yeah, see?
Weed. And you had 3 of a kind.
Yes,
Oh,
3
so-
10s.
So 3 of a
tens?
kinds, but not that good.
Yeah, 3 10s to take that lightning down and just eyes alight with crackling energy, zap it towards one of the bone giants.
Fantastic. So you hit one of the bone giants and it is like, do you have any penetration on that one?
It just has variable effect on it. So I don't know.
you would
when
have
we
to-
designed the power, it
You
was
can
kind
buy penetration with willpower.
of okay. How much is penetration?
That's 1 point per penetration level.
1 point per.
Yeah.
I'll spend.
And I'll say that like they just have the 1 armor. It is not like
Yeah.
you have to spend.
Oh, sorry. When you buy stuff, okay, this is where it gets a little bit crazy, but I
Okay.
actually agree with the rules. When you buy an upgrade like that, you're supposed to pay based on the number of dice you have.
Okay.
Like the size of. So if you have 7 dice in the dice pool, you should pay 7 willpower to add penetration,
Ah.
which is
I feel like
seems
that's
wild.
fair.
But like, yeah, it's because it applies to all of the dice, and
Sure.
so that's the idea.
I
behind it.
can't afford that. I'm
It's a lot.
poor.
It's a
Unless
lot.
unless I like squish down my base will, which I can do. I'm gonna keep out penetration for now. It's just lightning. It's just a lightning attack with 3 10s. Yeah.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna say that the bone giant, like, there's the idea is that their skin is like tough, right?
Mhm.
And it's like for just a second, it's like I got this, I don't got this, I don't got this, and you have severely shocked one of the bone giants
Hell yeah.
that is closest to Heather. It is not quite down to the count yet, but it is on its knees, like. Zzz.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give that one the triple threes that I rolled.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
Just
can have my bad
my
roll.
hand pointed, staring.
And then Lucky had 3 8s.
I've got 3 6s and 3 3s.
Okay.
So, you're up.
So 3 8s on Lucky's whip to hit another one. Like, I'll say that they went for the other one that is fully standing.
Sure.
And it's another situation. It is not quite down, but it is like, oh, holy shit, that hurt. And you had triple
Wait.
sixes.
She's attacking, or they're attacking with the darkness.
Mm.
Somebody asked me if I'm proud of myself.
Are you proud of yourself?
I am. Thank you for asking.
I think you should be.
And so you had triple sixes.
Is that next?
Yes.
Okay, so that's.
I mean, unless because you got.
No, I got a pair.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna pull the one that Lucky just hit, just into the ocean. I think when I'm pulling it off a thing, it does get a stability roll
Okay.
to like grab the edge, like that final saving throw thing. But
Okay, great.
it's
So
worth it.
I am going to roll
he's
that
at
one.
All the minuses, like he's
Mhm.
kind of fucked, but like
I'm just gonna say that this guy is rolling 4 at this point.
Yep.
Which is like half what I would normally roll for their stability.
Yep.
There's a lot going on. Your dice are trolls.
she's got to beat my 6s probably.
That's a pair of
but-
9s.
Yep, that's gonna do it.
So you have one
He's like hanging on the edge of the.
who is fingertips hanging on the edge of the pier
Yep.
as the seaweed pulls on him and tries to take him under. But that does like the sailors rolled a bunch of pairs, so the bone giants
Oh,
rolled...
I have my last
I'm
triple.
sorry.
I have
You
the
had
three
it was
threes.
3 threes.
Yeah.
Great.
And so that's the other one I was going to yank off the dock, the one who got
Okay.
zapped.
So this is another 4.
Okay.
Half seems... Well, actually, you know what?
And the zap might be another penalty. I mean,
Yeah. I'm going
it's
to roll...
defensible either way. I'm not picky.
I'm rolling 3 dice.
Yeah,
Uh,
3 tens.
no magic.
Oh, okay.
That
All
one
right.
goes. That one goes
I-
all the way over.
Full Wilhelm scream into gurgle.
Mhm. Absolutely. And then so that was Lucky's 3 8s are gone. Okay, what are people's pairs?
I got a pair of 9s.
Pair of 9s. Okay, so I am gonna say that
Gets the job
this pair of 10s did not matter because that guy is blue right now.
Mhm.
And the other one got 2 9s to disentangle himself from the seaweed, but because he was pulled over, I'm going to say that was also interrupted. Wait, I'm sorry. Say again. So many numbers to keep in your head. How do you do this?
Yeah.
What were your pairs again?
9s.
9s. Great. You
9s.
will go right now.
I'm gonna go, yeah. But I could see almost said Heather. Hector, like, in his mind, like, he thinks, and then you see on Bill, like, on the screen, it says download program, and then it shows, like, Captain Jack Sparrow, one of his fighting scenes actually in the movie.
Yes. Yeah,
And
yeah,
then you
yeah.
see, like, the cutlass come out, and then he starts...
Fantastic. And so you were fighting one of the ones that was fighting the sailors.
Mhm.
You do some damage to it, and as the sailors go for the they rolled 2 8s and 2 7s, so they are able to basically take down that one that, like the other 2 that are in front of them, because of all of the damage that y'all have been doing to these.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna say we're out of combat because that one guy is literally just like,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna say that cinematically he lets go to try to cut himself free from under
Oh,
the water.
Yeah. Just dives into the water.
He
and,
dives under the water and is like, you wait for a while.
Yeah. He's made a mistake.
But he does not resurface anywhere near you.
Yeah. Now, I do want to kind of characterize this a little bit.
Please do.
So Heather sent these things up to grab them, and I just want to make it clear that Heather has not thought about what happens after they went over the side.
Yeah.
Right? Of just like my automatons are doing what they're supposed to be doing. The vines have done the goal, and has not thought about the fact that they're holding people under the water. Heather's just like moving to the next thing in this like heat of battle. Not the kind of thing she's ever been in before.
Yeah.
You know, she's like run down purse snatchers, you know? So, yeah, I maybe we'll get to that later, but that's.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are people ostensibly still under the water due to seaweed situations, is what I'm hearing.
Mhm.
Okay. I think Kit is breathing hard, like the lightning is very energizing for them in a way that's a little scary, but they get a hold of themselves, and after it seems to disperse a little bit, they will run over and check and make sure that these are evil people, but we've had conversations about what we want to do and how we want to work, and so they will make sure that they've evilly swam away instead of they're evilly drowning, you know?
Does your lightning power have horrifying on it?
It does not.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Great. Then it can be hot.
I just upped my intimidation, so it can be scary if I so choose.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Mhm.
They evilly ran away,
Yeah.
evilly ran away.
Yeah.
I am gonna say that you have to fish out one of the bone giants.
Okay.
The one who you shocked
Yeah.
was not able to extricate
That makes so much
himself
sense.
from the seaweed with all the business that was going on.
Yeah, but I think it does have to be you have to tell Heather to stop holding them under the water.
Yeah. I get a hold of this bone giant and I look over at Heather and I say, "Okay, enough."
Oh shit. Right. Okay.
I look down at this giant and I just go, are they conscious? In any?
No.
Oh, fuck. I'm just gonna make sure that they're not fully dead.
No.
Okay.
Severely injured, but still breathing, still as far as
Okay.
you can tell.
Breathing great.
You know, like pretty stable, just unconscious.
Yeah.
And their biology is just enormous human,
Yeah.
essentially. So
Mhm. I was just gonna tell them to get the fuck out of here if they were awake, but they're not awake. So I just haul them up to the dock and I stand up and I go, "Okay, is everyone?" And I turn to the sailors. Is everyone okay? Does anyone need help? What's going on here?
It's nothing we haven't figured out before. We've got these guys. Y'all seem to be very, like, one of the sailors is basically stopped tending their compatriots, and their eyes have turned into little hearts, and they're just looking at all of you. It's that level of like,
We are
y'all
pretty high.
seem, yeah. I mean, I guess we could use, you know what, we could use so much help, and like, their
Quick,
their
here.
fellow
Look,
sailor,
competence is sexy. That's all I'm
It's
gonna
so
like.
hot, yeah.
Damn.
their fellow sailor basically slaps them on the back of the head and is like,
Mm.
"We're good."
Okay.
Uh,
Real quick, I just rolled 4 5s to generate an enormous cloak of seaweed
hell yeah.
of like
Oh.
like just draping behind me of like to take with me into the town
Yes.
I love
because this seemed useful.
Yeah. Plant weapons. All right. Lucky, South. Lead the way, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's hope the elevator's still going. But I guess y'all don't need it as much. I like it. I like a solid structure.
You've got me. Who's got you?
And as you go through the town, you see the Sal was successful in kind of bringing in not a full-blown thunderstorm or rainstorm, but there is enough moisture in the air here because of the nature of it being a port town in a bay.
Mhm.
That they were able to like dampen down some of the smoke, so your visibility starts to clear up, and you realize that like while y'all were fighting on the docks, a bunch of other people had rallied, and for whatever reason, like most of the bone giants had gone down to the docks. That there weren't a lot who had gone into the rest of the city. They were sowing like some confusion, and in the initial attack is when the fires got started. And that had a lot to do with it being like there not being a last call. It was less people intentionally started fires as
Right.
what the fuck do you mean they're bone giants? And suddenly there's fires.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But they were like concentrated on the docks, almost like,
A distraction.
or like they knew someone was coming, maybe?
Maybe they were trying to clear the dock for someone to arrive.
Yeah.
But the rest of the town is in a stable, if not perfect condition. But there are no more urgent matters to take care of here.
Okay. It doesn't seem like
Keep
there's
our eyes
like a
out.
triage tent full of people who've just been like wiped out or anything.
No.
Okay.
There were some injuries, but you're actually dealing with a lot of people who regularly get in.
Oh, yeah. This is a rough
Fights.
town. Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, it's not a bunch of civilians, whatever. Like, the people who were out fighting were people who kind of make their living going out and fighting.
Sure.
They wouldn't put it that way. They would say that they are movers of merchandise.
You gotta get stuff from here to there, and sometimes you gotta go through someone to do it.
Mm.
Like, sometimes.
Why say pirate when you can say freelance merchant?
Yeah.
Exactly. In fact, there is a burgeoning union that's starting at this town
Absolutely.
of freelance merchants.
We found this ship on. We found all this stuff on some sinking ships.
Did
Yeah.
fell off the back of a bay. What can we
Yeah.
say?
Their motto is all salvage is legitimate salvage.
Yeah.
And Lucky and Sal lead you up to through the town. You notice that like it's a very tiered city. There's the warehouse and dock area, and most of that is actually made of like the building materials are mostly stone and things like that, both to prevent, you know, rampant fires taking out their main mode of transportation and encroachment of seawater and stuff like that, there isn't as much magic here as you would expect from being on Sal. Like, Sal is covered in magic. Sal is made of magic.
Mm.
Pretty much all the structures here are just structures. They're normal. You don't see glowing runes. You don't see a bunch of stuff. Like, people are normal for here.
Makes sense.
There's a mix of, like, you know, you're not the only elf. Like, there's some more, like, people who could, you know, vaguely be dwarven-esque. You don't see any other wooden sentient ship masts or mastheads, or figureheads rather. But there is just like a range of people. There are no other cat people here, but
Might be the wrong climate.
yeah.
So fair.
So you go through, and Unlucky Ends, I'll lead you to a very structurally, like, nice and almost ornate elevator. It's huge. It is like, okay, well, this is the main way. You can see that there is stairs carved in to the side of the cliff because, like, you know, redundancy and all of that, but no one wants to take those because they go so far.
So real.
But they do let off, like, and the elevator lets off at different floors, and Lucky's like, you know what, later we should definitely, you know, on the way back, just make sure that last call is okay.
Last call?
Make sure.
On 10th. It's on 10th.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I
10th
heard about
floor.
that one.
Oh, I get it.
that makes sense. That
Um,
makes sense.
Yeah. Can I try something? Is this like an elevator like magic-y made of wood, or is there like metal elements?
I'm gonna say that there are metal elements
I think
because
I could
fun
fly.
times are fun times.
I want to try to teleport up the cable,
Oh.
I want this to happen.
right? I think it'd be fun. I think Kit just gets a little curious and just like reaches out to touch it. It's one of those
I
like I
wonder.
can't help but touch it, and then it just like happens, you know. Hopefully, 2, 3 sevens.
Wow.
I have 2 wiggle dice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you definitely reach out. You touch the, like, you're like, oh, this is really pretty. And you touch the side of the elevator, and then, like, the rest of you see, like, it's like a kind of a ozone-y smell.
Mm.
And there's no more Kit in the elevator with you.
Farted herself to death.
There,
I don't
This
think that's
is-
what happened.
this is new. What just happened? Kit.
Ozone smell?
Do we have our brain
Yeah.
thing on? Okay, then like a second later you hear in your head Hector, and then to the rest as like it's like just trying to be like, oh shit, and then like, oh yeah, everyone else. I'm at the top. All right, see you soon.
Shit.
Are you on the top as in like you're on the actual thing, or are you hanging on to it?
No, like
Were you-
I've gone all the way to the, but that is a good question because like I transported through the cable, so I guess I'd find myself at the
On a
top of
pulley?
the cable. I'm
Yeah.
like, shit, and then would like maybe press like the door and like connect to the other side of the door. And you're like, oh,
I'll just
So
say, like,
cool.
there's like a like kind of a scaffolding structure that
Mhm.
comes up to support the elevator,
Yeah.
so it's not just swaying
right.
swaying
Just like
free
a-
in the wind.
Container. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're easily able to grab
It'd be
onto that.
like,
And then I'm just at the top waiting, kind of like,
I think I'm the only one who can't fly
mhm.
or move around like that. Cool. I'm just
But
like
you got a lot of willpower though.
waiting for the
Oh, you
elevator.
don't.
I still got more than most people.
So you reach the top of the elevator, the doors open, you're at the top of this cliff, and it leads like almost in a new wave. You're just like from the
Yeah,
top
I'm
of
just kind of like standing there and I'm like, hi. As you all come out.
Hector comes and gives high five.
That
Dope.
was weird.
And you notice that, like, there's not as much stuff up here as you would think. Like, I guess normally in our world, people would want to build at the top of the cliff, and you wouldn't have so much stuff on the face of the cliff. And here it is the opposite. It is like there are a few structures. It looks like there's like a place where, you know, like you could rent vehicle kind of situation. Like there's a Hertz rent-a-cart and and stuff like that. But it is mostly like a pass through, rather than a like a full section of the city up there. Stop me if I say something like if I retcon something terrible.
You go nuts.
And Lucky as all immediately, they're like, very cool. Sal wants to know how you did that and see if they could learn how to.
Oh.
But like for another time.
Okay.
And immediately go over to this travel coach kind of situation and try to get some they look and they're like, oh crap. The horses have been cut from their traces. And thanks to an influx of bone giants, there are no more horses to draw these kind of carriages and carts and things like that they would normally use to get to the home of the Queen of the Dead. Okay.
So hear me out.
Right in.
Silver.
Clara just made $1. I'll Venmo her later. If you said there's carts but no horses.
There's carts but no horses.
Okay. So one option would be I could grow some viney, leafy paracel shape and have that pull the cart in the direction. If there's wind, I guess it's not a great idea, but it's
Sal can
something.
make wind, right? Sal?
Yeah, I can.
How sturdy are these carts? Do they look like they're gonna fall apart?
I mean, they rent out. They have been going for a
Well
while.
maintained.
Like,
This guy goes like 1 billion miles per hour.
Oh, well,
Yeah, but then I have to put out energy.
do you have to
Where
go
we could
maximum?
never
force?
sail somewhere on a giant leaf?
You never had a problem putting out.
oh.
I mean, that's fair. Called out righteously.
I love both ideas.
Looking
But
for-
which idea do you love more?
For the listeners, I just said that and then grinned the cheekiest smile I think I've ever done in my life.
That was good.
Yeah.
And Lucky's like, yeah, usually the trip just takes like, 3, maybe 4 hours with a stiff wind. We could probably make it in 3.
Okay.
I mean, if the Queen's in an emergency, that seems like a long time, and I know it wouldn't take you guys that long. So,
I mean, we could all get in the cart and then I could just carry the cart
You
oh,
are very strong.
yeah,
and fly.
Darn.
sure.
Let's try it.
It's the power of the beard.
That went a whole place I wasn't expecting.
I don't usually have such a big beard, so.
That's fantastic. Lucky and Sal confer a little bit, and Lucky decides that they will go with you while Sal goes down and makes sure that there aren't any more bone giants hiding in the town. And also, they have a quick but heated discussion about what is and is not appropriate for Portina to eat.
Oh,
Excellent.
is Portina still on the ship, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
Well,
but they have
okay, Portina should definitely still be on the ship.
Okay.
Portina was told to stay on the ship.
Okay. It's certainly still there now.
Absolutely, definitely still there.
Okay. But you're saying Lucky and Sal have a heated, like, we agreed, and that's
Yes.
not what we agreed on. And
like, you
okay.
may not have it bad for Portina to throw at them, but like,
Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
You can tell what I've been going through with my cats lately.
Uh-huh.
As the weather changes make for interesting times.
Oh boy.
So yeah, but so Sal is actually like, since you don't need a stiff wind,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sal is going to stay behind, closer to the ship, where they are more comfortable that way. Anyway,
That
you
makes
see, there's like a little bit of a relief in their postures that go back towards
Mm,
their body.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's their whole body. That's
Mm.
weird.
And Lucky's like, okay, well, I guess. So the road leads basically straight to the manor. Just there's some more cliffs on the other side. Please don't throw us off them. That would be less than ideal.
Be a strange thing for me to do.
Has that
Not-
happened?
Run off the side of a cliff.
Or I don't know, go too fast and get there. I don't know what happens.
We've been fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're good.
What I love about that is like Hector understanding like the meat of the question of are we gonna be okay, and Kit being like, let me think back.
Let me consider every independent instance of.
Going to answer
How
the
many carts have you
technicality
run
of the
into?
question.
How many of those would be considered carts?
Exactly. Anyway, off we go.
Lift up the cart, surrounding it in my protective bubble,
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and then my cape grows larger for the bigger payload, and just this tiny little chainsaw, this big cart, and big cape. It's very
great.
Liberace.
Yeah.
Mhm. Speaking of Liberace. Sorry. If people did not watch the end of Trinity's Wake last night, I highly recommend
Oh, I haven't
it.
yet.
Oh,
I caught the first half. I still have to finish it.
It's so good.
Okay.
So just as a, what is your power that you use to go real fast? What is your kind of speedy?
That is my aura having fun.
Oh, it's very fast.
Yes,
And
I
then
don't.
One of the conceits.
But we talked about like I don't go that fast in this world
Right,
because it's
right.
beyond.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
But what is your dice pool in that?
7 dice, 1 hard die, and a wiggle die.
So 9 dice.
Okay. So I'm gonna say that just for the sake of amusement,
Mm-hmm.
when you go, you're like, I'm gonna go. It's gonna be great. And you take off, and it is like one of those situations where like, 2, 4, 6, 8, lucky is 10. And Kit is like flipped over the back of the cart and has to be like,
Like,
and so it's like, okay, reasonable, fast but reasonable.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
Yeah.
I got excited.
at least we're not getting a wind blown, right? Because of the bubble.
yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
But I guess inertia still exists.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what happened. It was like Kit was not in danger of getting harmed or whatever. You actually would have just hit the other side of the bubble.
Yeah.
Mm.
But it is a really amusing somersault
Still that
situation.
heart drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you go, and let's say that you're able to shave off like 3.5 hours off of this trip. So it's like the half an hour. You are at this road. It gives way to like a very manicured, sculpted manor.
Mm.
You're in the grounds of a manor. You can see like on one side there's like a fountain. On the other side there is a like sculpted garden that may lead into a hedge maze back there. I remember there were a lot of flowers around it, but I don't remember what kind.
I think it was a mix. Like it was just a riot of like colorful flowers specifically.
Yes.
Of just every
Yeah.
color.
So just blooms everywhere. Riot of color around the grounds, and not just here in our world, especially like if you think of manor, you kind of think of English manor, and everything is very like contained and regimented.
Mm-hmm.
But this is like very natural, like flowing across. These flowers are obviously well tended, and everything is kind of It's the difference between something that has been let to go wild and something that is curated.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a bed of wonderful colors that goes out. A thing that still looks like a hedge maze because you'll have a nice like high perspective,
Mm-hmm.
being at the top of a cart on top of a dwarf.
Sure.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like a fountain. It's not currently running, but as you get closer into the depths of this manor, you notice that the plants go from beautiful, well-tended riot of color, and they start to like sap out. And you see the leaves are browning on the edges. You see like petals have started to fall off. And as you get closer and closer to the house itself, things that were once living no longer are.
It's weird.
Is this
Castle
normal
of Death, right?
for the Queen of the Dead, Lucky?
No, she is very proud of her gardens.
Okay. Yeah, that was my first inclination too, but yikes.
Can I roll to see what killed the plants? Or like what that's all about?
What's the layout to get to the queen? Does she have like a room where she sees people?
Well, when I was here before, she had kind of an audience chamber, but it's not exactly where she would like pull up if something had happened. She doesn't spend. It's not like she hangs out there. Is the impression that I got. It's not.
Where would she be?
Maybe in her. There's a library. I've seen her there a few times. She seemed to enjoy the books. There's an armory. Maybe she would have retreated to there.
Did we establish in your scene that she doesn't sleep? I thought there was something about like she has a bedroom but never like sleeps in her bed. Like
That sounds right.
something like that.
Real.
You.
I've got 3 9s to like get a sense of what's happening to these plants.
So as your senses like hook into these plants, you realize that like there is a sense that something is drawing away from them.
Okay.
They have enough sunlight. They are properly fertilized. They are well tended,
So
but
it's a very like unintuitive sense of like what should be happening to these.
Exactly.
Okay.
like they have everything they need,
Okay.
and something is using it.
Oh, yeah. Something is stealing the juice out of these. Like everything is set up to be working the right way, but it's there's no reason they should be dying. There's some sort of external. I don't know how to describe it. It feels so weird. They have water, they have food, they have everything they need, and but that life energy is going somewhere else.
Sometimes what I do is I track thoughts to where they may be coming from. Is there a way for you to track how this energy is flowing from the plants?
Maybe I don't know. I've never tried that. Pooja, can I try that?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna say that being as it is something you have not tried before, I'm gonna make your difficulty 7 there.
Yep. Okay. Let's see how it goes.
Love watching those little guys roll.
Oh my god. 1 7, which I'll put my wiggle die on. The rest of it is 1 1 1 2 3 4. So like, just garbage. But a pair of
made it.
7s.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have you roll a stability roll, but
Yeah.
regular difficulties of 4s.
I think that's 8. Oh, pair of 10s. Natural
Fantastic.
10s. Take that
So
willpower.
as you sink deeper into how these like the plants and their energy, and you're like, okay, you have everything you need, but where is the life that you would normally connect to? And that is why you can follow it. Because what you connect to with your power is not like the molecular structure of the plant itself alone.
Right.
It is the kind of like driving force of the plants.
Interesting. Okay.
And that is what has been sapped out of them. And you follow that trail to a certain section of the manor. You're like, okay, it is in the west wing of this manor.
Mm-hmm.
In the back, like towards, like when you look out to that side of the building, it is like there's a dome kind of situation going on behind it. It's not like a cathedral dome.
Right.
It is just like you've got a flat roof, and then like a domed roof.
Was it like an old Victorian house has like a miniature what's that called? The stargazing room.
A solarium?
Yeah, something like that, like a little
Mm.
version of that, or is
It
it a
could
different thing?
be. It could like. It might have been at one point like it also looks like the top like it might have been like a greenhouse situation because it is an all glass
Oh,
roof.
right. Okay.
Um,
Okay.
But you don't know because you can't sense any life back there. There is no life
Oh.
back there. What you are able to do with your 10s on your stability check is not get sucked into the flow.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Okay.
Your consciousness you are able to keep separate,
Okay.
but you can feel the pull. Like as you sink deeper in to follow this life force, there's a tug on you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna also just communicate that as a barely contained panic attack,
Yeah.
and then like gasping as I'm like blinking and like pulling out of that sensory perception, like,
Whoa.
okay, there's some kind of like black hole or something in under that dome part of the house. I don't know what that's. I almost lost myself. That was.
Are you okay?
That's I think I am actually. It was just terrifying. There's just it's nothingness, but I mean there's a house there, so that doesn't make sense. But
I mean, what you felt
That's-
is what you felt.
that's
We'll
the
check it out.
scariest thing I've ever looked at, and I don't even know what it looks like.
Does that
Okay.
vibe with you, Lucky? Something that does that?
Honestly, when we fought the bone giants before, their magic is antithetical to life. It takes life and it twists it, and they're able to create like dead zones.
Hmm.
That's what it felt like.
So it could be them, but it's not something I've not on this scale. I mean, honestly, I don't think they should be able to work on this scale. We've been fighting them. We've been driving these people out, converting who we could back to the cause of like away from this cult.
Well,
Hmm.
But
Could be something left over from what the Annihilator did. Maybe that's what we're correcting.
I mean, if there's something that we've seen in a lot of the worlds that we've been to, it's that Brian doesn't always leave without teaching a few people his tricks.
Hmm.
Maybe that's happening here.
Jeez.
I don't know. We're not going to know until we
Didn't
get
they
it.
say he got into this world by punching through the queen?
Is that,
What if she's
Oh.
trying to stay alive by sucking all the life out of these plants?
fuck. And Lucky, like, kind of one thing that I'm sorry, it's not common knowledge, so we don't just go around telling everyone. So the Queen of the Dead isn't alive,
Hmm.
and she hasn't been for a very long time.
Checks out.
Okay.
So,
She's kind of appointed to her position. She made a deal. She signed a contract. It is.
Oh, she's part of the whatever that was we signed with.
Yes, but on a much more permanent basis. So she is
Whoa.
the Queen of the Dead here on the Isle of the Dead. She also does work as a local ambassador, but she doesn't need to suck life from anything because she isn't.
Oh, right. Okay.
Hmm. Well,
sounds like we need to do some kind of recon.
Well, Brian broke something here.
Well, let's go see what it was.
Also, I want to add, I don't know if I'm not gonna have Heather notice it, but like the very tips, the fringe of the seaweed cape is like
Wilt.
curling up
Yeah.
and like drying out into like little dusty husks.
I'll notice.
Float like tiny,
Mhm.
just little bits of it, but that feels like
How far are we from this solarium that has been noted at this point?
Distances are hard, so
Sure.
I'm gonna say that you're probably like across the lawn from it, which would
Okay.
make you about a football field away.
Okay. I was basically wondering if, like, with this knowledge that the queen is not alive and there's this void, I just wanted to send out and see if there were any life signs in this area and try to
yeah.
sense out for them.
Looking for thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, before
Ooh,
we approach.
Great. So both of you roll your,
Yeah.
scanny powers for me.
Scanny powers.
roll your bullshit.
My bullshit.
Time for scanners.
I think
Holy crap.
5 and 2.
Nothing.
Sure. Okay.
Wasn't
Thank
it
God
your-
for wiggle dice.
Yeah, right.
My biokinesis, yes, which is 5 regular dice and 2 wiggle die.
Oh, it's that. Oh, okay.
So I got 3 9s.
I got 4 9s.
Well,
Well, between the two of you, you notice that there is a concentration of life force and thoughts in the so to lay this out a little bit better, there is you've got a very large manor, 2 wings. The west wing has some rooms like in front, like a regular building section, and then the place where Heather fell the black hole is coming from the room behind that, like that whatever that structure is, you can't quite. You okay?
Oh God.
I'm good.
he's good. He's good.
It's at the back of
You can't quite see it with your naked eye, just because most of the building is blocking it. And then you notice that you can feel different, like, thoughts, and it's for you, Kit. The biology should be they're big humanoids, but there's something weird in these people. Their systems do not work what you would consider properly. Things aren't flowing. They're kind of like sludging, but not. I hate
Not
to use
the
the word
sludge.
sludge because we have had a sludge. It is not like
Sweat.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Has nothing to do with sweat.
Their blood is sweat.
They're made of sweat.
And so their systems are kind of almost like
Sluggish, maybe?
yes,
Good word?
sluggish.
Yeah.
Then you also sense that there are like there's other biomatter back there that has no systems.
Ooh.
And like you're doing kind of a broad sweep, focusing on that, but you do notice like it is like there's some over to the center, there's some over to the like closer to the east side of the building, but it is highly concentrated in the west wing of this building. And Hector, what you are able to tell with the like scanning for thoughts is that these are people. They have thoughts. They are communicating in a way and about concepts that you don't necessarily understand particularly well, but what you are catching, because you had a very successful roll, is like, okay, well, if we try this and what we saw, and then we just need to draw some more power, and we should be able to crack it open. And what you're able to tell from the array of thoughts is you've got about like half people and half things that don't have thoughts. Like there's something going on there that like between the life signs that Kit is picking
Mhm.
up and what y'all are communicating between each
Yeah.
other, it's like Kit's like, well, I've got this many systems going on up
I
there.
think
And you're
it's
like, I
being
have about half
broadcasted
that
that the
many
group
thoughts.
are in a conversation.
They're
So-
not
They're trying to open something.
they're not trying to do what he did, are they?
I don't know. I mean, we gotta get there.
Are they doing? You said you can hear what death sounds like sometimes.
Yeah, that's more of a.
Is-
Hang on, I have to check to see if Death Rider's touch. It's not.
I was like, I hope not, or we did
Yeah.
very wrong things last
Yeah.
episode.
So
No, we used it
much
before
bad.
and-
Yeah. It's a ping kind of. Yeah. No,
I
was
don't know if
thinking
that's
about
anything
using
here,
it,
but
also not sure.
yeah,
since-
I don't know if you should. Like, I almost got pulled in,
Yeah.
and that wasn't even what I was focused on. But
I mean, I could try it, and if it goes haywire, you can knock me out.
Okay. I will do that.
How many dice do you have on that one?
Four.
are we still like
really
in the
fast.
Yeah,
Like,
we are in
we're,
the
we're
air.
up in the air with.
I think
with
we're
the,
hovering outside
Oh,
now.
yeah.
like-
I
Yeah.
thought we were probably closer.
You are. You'll have to get a little closer.
with air extra dry.
Or you could spend some willpower to extend your range.
I was gonna put willpower to try to get more dice.
Well, if you buy more dice, that
You'll have more
extends the range inherently. Yeah.
that.
Whee!
It becomes a 8 die power or a 9 die power.
Yep.
Okay, so now it's a 6 die power.
Great. So you have enough range to reach. Because, like, one football field is 100 yards.
Yeah.
And yes, I have to do things in football fields because it is the unit of measurement I am now most familiar with.
Yeah, you work on a football field every day. Like,
I got a pair of 6s and a pair of 4s.
Nice.
Great.
Boom.
Very
So we're gonna go with your pair of 6s because that is inherently better. And you need to make me a stability roll.
Stability. Pair of 6s. Actually, pair of 10s.
Fantastic. So, as you send your Death Rider sounds out, you realize that there is a mass concentration of death. There's like a, it's like layered because this area is about death. It is celebrating death. It is accepting of death. So you've got like kind of a base level buzz that you have to work your way past.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little distracting, but you are able to push through and you realize that you've got some death that has concentrated into like a morass once again in this area behind the West Wing, also where you have heard these thoughts from. But you get kind of a sense that there's another fragmented. There's something you're like, this shouldn't feel like this. But you don't quite have it. There's so much other noise. There's so much other, like, what's happening here.
You okay?
It's broken. It's a lot. It's like when I first got my powers and everything was just noisy. I couldn't get through it.
Okay. I don't know if we're gonna get any more before we really try to face it head on. The question is, do we want to fly in or are we trying to come in from the house? What do we feel is safer?
It's new to me. Flying seems cool.
they
Surprised?
probably wouldn't expect. I mean, there's no one's on the roof.
Mhm. Okay. Let's do it.
All right.
Okay. So, are you gonna fly the cart up onto the roof? Is that the idea?
I guess so.
Or
Yay!
drop the cart and just bring us in the bubble or something. I don't know. I mean,
Just launch all of you at the bad guys.
Yeah, then we
Yeah.
break through the glass.
If you have like a cut,
And then
we're all
everyone
like,
jumps out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like I can't fly.
Oh.
wrong one.
Yeah, I guess I'm taking. Yeah, I guess if we don't need the cart, and I can actually take everybody up in my telekinetic bubble.
Well, you have like what 8 dice in that total, right?
Yeah,
Nine.
it's
9 now.
outrageous.
So yeah, you're
the
fine.
capacity
You're
is
fine.
ridiculous.
Truly
For
outrageous.
yeah, for like 3 average sized beings, like it's nothing. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're fine.
All right. Wrap you all in my cape and we all go.
I am gonna say, like, how close are you getting on this one? Are you just going to the roof and like trying to peer into, like, are you trying to land on the roof of the building behind the wing? Or are you trying to land like?
Is the domed thing connected to the other building?
It is.
So maybe what if we land on the roof
Mhm.
and then we could creep up to the dome and see, because it's a glass dome, right?
Mhm.
Then
Mhm.
we could at least peek down and see what's happening before we announce anything.
That
Sounds
seems
good.
the way to go. Mhm.
Okay, great. For this first initial like bounce up, I'm not gonna make you roll for bouncing everybody up like
Mhm.
9 dice. Come on now. But I am gonna have you make just a quick difficulty 4 stealth roll.
Okay.
Everybody
see
or,
if you-
or
no,
just him?
just-
Okay.
Because Chainsaw is in charge of how y'all land here.
Oh,
Mhm.
yes, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Imagine being stealthy.
Regardless.
I feel like some
So,
willpower is getting spent.
willpower. Just, I'm not gonna replace the number yet. What's my
4.
4? Okay, pair of 6s.
Okay, fantastic. So there's a little bit of like a like you kind of like bounce a little bit on the ground to like get everybody's like you're like feeling everybody out. Like you know how like when you want to lift something, you're testing it out. You're
Mhm.
like, is it how much effort do I need to put into this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or if you've carried drinks on a tray
Yes.
and you take the heavy one off and
Yeah.
you're like, oh, right, okay.
But you get that all out of the way on the ground.
Yes.
So then you
Right.
go up and gently land everyone on the roof, like whisper of a feather. And then to get up, for all of you to sneak up to the glass dome itself, you're all gonna make individual stealth rolls, and that difficulty is gonna be 6.
Okay. I'm gonna say Heather's lost about 6 inches of this cape.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And
It's
I
fine,
would
though.
say that the closer
wouldn't
you
worry
get
about it.
into this, the faster it is disintegrating.
Yeah, but don't worry about it. It's fine.
I'm gonna worry
What was the difficulty?
quietly.
Yes.
No, that's too
Let's
many
roll
dice.
again. Let's spend some willpower. Yay! I have 4 dice in stealth, so
How can you be cocked? I've given you this whole screen.
Mhm.
Please. The one thing a digital roller should do is roll uncocked dice. Pair of 6s for me.
Fantastic.
Me too.
13. Oh my
Okay.
god. Can't get pairs.
one
Even low
more.
ones.
It's fine.
12.
No.
I haven't gotten a match yet,
Just a widow one.
let alone 6s.
Oh. All right, there are some 6s.
6s exactly.
Nice.
We all rolled
Did,
6s.
did every single one of you roll 6s?
Wow.
After 3
Jeff.
tries.
Net 6s,
I
baby.
went from 17 willpower to 13
Yeah.
on that one.
I should roll for Lucky, but she has like I'm gonna say she has like multiple wiggle dice
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
all of
They're
this
so
because
good.
They're a
or
cat,
they
cat person.
they are a cat person and also a trained assassin.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's like their whole job.
Yeah.
It's
So-
arriving silently.
So
Silent and deadly.
Arriving, you say.
This is what they do. So yeah, y'all after a bit of like a you land feather soft on this roof and you're all very sure of yourselves, and then you realize as you start to walk across it, it's made of like interlocking slates. And it's
Yeah.
like there is a tense moment where it's like, oh fuck. And then
Ooh.
you manage to work your way across. I'm gonna say Lucky is like, no, just don't step directly on the center of them.
I have just a little like instinctive like I think there's probably the remnant of the moss that used to grow up here that's now dead.
Yes.
But I have this instinct of like, oh, let's soften this with moss and just just nothing happens. Like,
As you attempt to like connect to this moss to soften it, to bring it back to life, a thing you've done with Kit's plants numerous times.
every week,
Um,
somehow.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
I
like,
will say, I think that Kit, until they started being friends with Heather in general, was like, I can't keep a plant alive. And then before they like shared what their powers were, was like, wow, I have a green thumb now. This is
Yeah,
wild.
I'm doing great with this plant hobby. This is great.
That
Um,
YouTube video really helped out.
So, but instead of being able to, like just rejuvenate, it is an everyday thing for you. You actually feel what life you were trying to give the moss immediately gets whipped into this black hole
Oof.
of death, and you have to like reel yourself back in. And it crumbles into dust.
Okay, that's terrifying.
Um,
And just has this gesture that you've seen a million times, right? And oh, that sucks. This sucks.
Yeah. Why don't you just stay close, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
and you all, come up on this glass dome, and you look down and you realize that it is a solarium, but there are so many. It's like not a full greenhouse, but it is a solarium that is made to make you feel like you are outside without having to experience the elements themselves. So there are numbers of pots and other things. There's like an array of like little, how people who are really good at socializing arrange their furniture so that there are like, oh, there can be a group over here, there could be another group over here, and here's where we place the refreshments and all of
No
that.
idea what that's
Are you
like.
supposed to do that?
The furniture is like that.
Okay.
You know what? Television has taught me.
Okay.
Not how to do it, but that it happens.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm with you.
And so, but much like the moss on the top of this roof, the plants that were artfully draped down, there was like some creeping thyme, there was some other stuff. There was being the operative term there. There is nothing alive in this area anymore, except for half a dozen bone giants, two of which are dressed rather differently than the others. They're slightly shorter and are directing what the others are doing. The tattoos that they have are much more intricate than the bone giants you fought on the dock. And
Does one of them have an arrow that comes over his head into a point right between?
no, Enge is not
No, but it's the bone avatar.
evil.
Bonatar?
Cat
Um,
Bonatar.
So
We got there.
Yep.
there you go.
No, we didn't.
One of them has like a blotchy face scar right here.
Mm,
There's one in the corner just making tea,
yep.
critiquing everything that one does.
I'm big fans of that one.
So they're kind of directing people around, and you notice that as all of these areas that were set up for socializing have like there's like some containers on them, tubing going out, but it's not like your steampunk mad scientist. Like this stuff is made of like dried reeds and like it's like a swamp thing. We're not a actual scientist who became the guardian and protector of the swamp,
Mm.
but like decided instead to use all his swamp knowledge and parts to like make new mad science. Except that the noticeable thing about them is like none of it's like green and vibrant and all of that. it is all like preserved looking. None of it has that spark of life to your senses, Heather. So in addition to these 6 bone giants, you can also see that there are 6 skeletons of varying sizes around the room. There are 2 stationed at the doors each. So there are 2 entrances. So there's an exit that would have led them onto the lawn. There's an exit that would have gone into the house itself. And there are 2 like stationed like with weaponry. Like they have like short swords, cutlasses. Let's say cutlasses because skeletons with cutlasses is great. At each of those doors. And then there are 2 more that are just kind of ferrying stuff back and forth, doing simple tasks. The bone giants, the 4 larger bone giants, all have weapons strapped to them. One of them has it's called a glaive, long staff, wicked blade at the end. Wicked job.
Yeah.
And then 2 more with like what for them is like normal size swords, and what for everyone else is like a ginormous 2-hander.
It's just a long sword for them.
Yes. And then like one of them has a crossbow. That's 4.
Yep.
Math is hard. So then you get and they're taking orders and doing tasks, like kind of, but the main like center of all the action and intention is these 2 bone giants with intricate tattoos across their faces. And like the more you look at these 2, the more you kind of are like, are those tattoos moving? Are they?
That'd be weird. Tattoos don't move.
And they have set up a kind of like cleared out space with like what looks like random pieces of other bones and things, and there is a skull into what, not a circle, but like what at first looks like a random pattern, but then you realize as one like kind of really carefully adjusts it to another place that there is an intention behind it. I'm just gonna have y'all make like regular stability checks with a 4 just
So
for
fair.
disturbingness
Sure.
of all of this.
5 dice.
You said there's like a circular space in the middle, like a not
There's
perfect circle, but
Yeah, like there's a cleared space, and then the pieces are in a pattern inside.
okay.
I got 3 10s.
Oh, I have more dice.
Let's get these motherfuckers.
You
And
know,
just a reminder, we can use willpower and stability checks, but you cannot buy additional dice for them.
every once in a while you fail something and you go, interesting. I wonder where this will ride if I were to keep this.
I am gonna spend 1 willpower to reroll. It's a lot of dice, and all I got were 1s.
You have like 15 willpower, and it's
Well, now I only have
it's
13.
fine.
Okay, 6s.
Great. 6s, 10s,
I got 6s
6s.
after 3 willpower.
I just think it's interesting that we're up here. This has to do with like anatomy, death, life, etc. And also Heather is a little freaked out because she can't
A
use
lot
her
freaked out,
powers.
Yeah.
And I just want to know. I just want to know what happens, you know?
I am going to say that because your kind of like X-ray power isn't always on,
Mm-hmm.
that as you look across, you just automatically are getting all this information about, like, and you have, when you cast out your senses earlier, you sense the bone giants, you know that their anatomy is different, but what you realize upon actually getting closer and looking at it and concentrating on this area itself, that everything in here has slowed not only to a crawl, but is starting to run backwards.
Mm.
That there is not anatomy as you would know it, powering these skeletons, but what the remembrance of anatomy. And it is such a perversion of what you know, what you have tattooed all over your body. And it's being used for such an intention that it is like, it's literally stealing the life
Mm-hmm.
out of other things and other beings in order to make this happen. And you start to feel yourself like caught up in it and in this cycle. And I am going to say that you start to lose control just over the, you are constantly, by just like subconsciously rather, controlling everything about your body.
Mm-hmm.
But you start to like, some of those things start to slip.
Yeah.
And the first thing that slips is your control over your endocrine system. We're going to start with the head because the head is the thing, right? So you feel a sudden rush of adrenaline that you cannot stop.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's so scary.
I love that. Yeah, you just kind of hear like an intake of breath, and if you were to look over, you would just see like, I'll also put for flavor like the skin rippling on Kit as they stare down at this, and like their breath starting to heave as they are just locked in staring at this scene in front of them.
Okay, no. This, look at me, look away. I'm gonna like physically put
Mhm.
myself in front of Kit and try to like get eye contact.
What?
This, look at yourself. This is not you. Just take a breath. Look away from all that and just inward. This is not you. Find yourself.
Kind of like heaves in a breath. What they're doing is wrong.
And we're gonna do something about it.
That's right. As I pull out one of my kegs of gunpowder.
Well, wait, do we know where the queen is?
See her down there.
We haven't got that far yet.
Yeah, I just don't want to hurt the wrong people.
Me neither.
I do need a quick check-in on the question I had asked.
Yes, sorry, I thought you saw my answer.
Yeah, okay. Great.
The answer is yes.
Okay, thanks. We're passing notes over here.
Oh.
No passing.
Big fan.
Caught by the teacher. So we don't know where the queen is yet. This is me talking out of character before because I don't want to take any rash actions without figuring
What's
out.
Kit's internal monologue like?
Kit's fists are clenched, and it looks like they are, I wouldn't say physically stopping themselves, because I don't think that they will if they like give in to this impulse from literally just like rearing a hand up and punching through the glass to start going after these people.
Would you be open to like a persuasion or a leadership role from me or something like
Yeah,
that?
that's fine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. GM,
I love this.
is
Do
there a skill you'd prefer?
it.
I have dice and persuasion, so that's my vote.
Can I add some telepathic
But
aid?
leadership also makes sense for the way it's in the game.
I'm gonna say
Okay.
leadership, whichever one you want.
Okay.
Because both of those, I'm fine with like the mythos behind using either of those. And in this case, if you, what are the willpower aid thing is like you can loan somebody willpower to add dice to the roll.
Yeah.
Or you could, if you want to roll your telepathy to add a like you could add dice to Heather's roll that way, like that you are working on that level while Heather is working on the
Yeah,
exterior
like I
from the
wanna-
body level.
Put like exclamation points in Kit's mind of what Heather is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Just reinforcing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
So do you want to roll? Yeah.
Yeah, so Hector would roll first, and just roll straight telepathy with, like difficulties 5s.
I can never get a pair.
I'm so sorry.
Or 9.
And I'm
Or not. What the fuck?
So many wiggle dice.
Or many weird days.
So I'm gonna say with 4 9s, so the pair would add 1, so you're gonna add 3 to your
Okay.
roll for this.
So 9.
I'm much more like, let's
We'll
do
have
this.
to
Kid.
add a
Surely, kid's ready to
Well, yeah,
go.
let's-
Hector's there too, but
Jump down there.
What happened last time?
but like with a plan.
Oh yeah, a murder.
The plan is get 'em.
The kill.
Okay, I've got a pair of 8s. Is the best I can do.
No, that's great. That
What's
works.
that?
Because the difficulty was 6s.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure I said that out loud.
I don't
If
remember.
I didn't, I apologize.
Pretty
That's
sure you
fine.
did too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
It sounds familiar, but here we are.
Sometimes the inside voice and outside voice just.
They don't talk.
And of course,
Mhm.
you get to decide how you want to handle that. But
Sure.
Do you want to do another stability roll with a bonus or a lower difficulty, or the difficulty before was just 4s, so with bonus dice or
Let's do some bonus dice because I'm a little low on dice. How many would I add?
so you
I've
have
just got a pair. yeah.
So you would add 1 for that one,
One?
but
Okay.
your difficulty is I'm gonna say
4s, yeah.
4s.
Yeah,
So
that's fine.
Can I spend a willpower to add a die to it? Is that how that? I don't actually.
well, because for
remember that roll.
stability rolls,
Oh, yeah. We don't do that.
Come on. 4s exactly.
there we go.
Amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to narrate how you come back from this?
Yeah, I think you say those words, and Kit really is just like locked in on this is everything that they do completely turned on its head, and that is almost like it's like having a mirror held up to yourself and being like, look what you could do, and that's almost, it makes it more enraging. But they hear your words and they kind of hear that panic to them, and as Hector puts in the consistency on those words, they flash back to the last time they felt this kind of anger towards the doppelganger of themselves, and remember the fallout of that, and they kind of like shake their head a little bit and literally just turn away and take a deep breath and say, okay, maybe somebody else figure out what we're gonna do, and then I will just follow that plan.
At this point, your seaweed cape
Mm,
is more of a shrug.
yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna notice it at this point. I'm like, okay.
I'll bum the 2 magic users, and we'll go from there.
Yeah. What? One thing. And like we're already like super close.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So that
yeah.
was like right in
Mhm.
your face to do that. I want to do the like. It's all right. Heather, put hand on the back of your neck.
Yeah.
Like forehead to forehead
Yes,
kind of
yes,
thing.
the
Like
sun's getting real low.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Like I can't help today if I'm not on your level, and I need to be.
This is,
It's the wrong time. It's the worst time.
yeah.
But I need to be on your level.
Okay.
Is this a group listen?
It's out loud, and the telepath field is, it's whatever you want.
We need all the help we can get.
Fuck yeah.
Okay. And I've told you that
We don't know everything that's going to happen.
Okay.
We can't.
I'm going to roll to turn. Take from like the back that I just kind of like put my hands on the side of your face and I just say, okay, try to relax. Yeah.
Willing to turn Heather on?
Oh my.
Does that require a
Done and
roll?
done.
If I'm remembering the rules for you cranking somebody up, sorry, 15-year-old boy sense of humor. You need to roll. The difficulty is the level you are trying to get them to.
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah, so you'll have to roll 9s.
Yes.
Oh.
But
And
you have
this is
wiggle dice in this
your-
power, right?
You love to make
Oh, wait,
fun
no,
of me.
this is his. I actually
Yes.
forgot.
Like-
Yeah, no, that's
Oh,
a false thing
Jason.
that I said.
But
yeah.
if you want to spend willpower
Oh, yes.
to assist in your own ascension, if you will.
Yeah, so here's the
In-
thing. I am spending 4 willpower to put a wiggle die in it.
Oh shit. Okay.
But I think that has to feel like Heather's influence, right? Like that is,
Right.
Yeah.
you know,
I was thinking the same
the
thing.
whatever, like some sort of like plant vibe. What am I trying to like essence, like scent? You know,
Mhm.
like
I think
Pheromone?
if
Like-
you
no,
So-
I'm thinking of the
so as y'all are here, you've had this
You
like
put on some aloe.
forehead to forehead touch, and what you feel, Kit, as you say, yes, I will do this, like as you like agree to this, is the way that Heather's touch on you feels to you right now. It is not a physical change from Heather, but what you feel on the sides of your face is the brush of petals.
mm,
And when you breathe in, what you smell is the scent of flowers, yes, but it's like it's underlaid with the scent of like medicinal herbs. And the memory that triggers in you is the smell of the flowers. Like one of the first times that you and Heather worked together was on a case where you needed to perform surgery on one of Heather's patients.
which would have been a
And
child.
it's not necessarily like a small child. Like you could say that this person was 17,
Mm-hmm.
and I will,
Mhm.
that they needed surgery. You performed that surgery, and there was a moment where that child, like, you knew without a doubt that they had cleared the worst of it, that all the post-op, everything was fine. And it's that scent of, like, their parents had brought in Tiger Balm,
Uh,
and also that there were, like, a bunch of flowers from the people that loved them. And so that is the memory that you have, that everything was okay,
Mm-hmm.
that you had gone through something difficult, but it was great, and y'all were there together, and you would work together to make that happen.
I have chills right now.
Thank you, Pooja.
Mhm.
Alrighty, with the help of that, I did get 9s, but with
Oh.
the help of that wiggle die, I got 10s.
Okay.
So,
There you go.
Okay.
So you have complete control over how this.
make my way in, find the base of the spine, or rather the top of the spine, and get to work expanding.
Okay.
And for you, Heather, like, and for you, Kit, you come in, and it's not the first time you've done this, but every time you do it, you know the risks more than ever.
Mm-hmm.
But you also have more control than you've ever had. And you are able to expertly tune, and you open up the blood flow, and what you now know is also a connection to the interstitial. And what you experience, Heather, is like this expansion of your senses. You now, like, you could always feel like what was around. You knew the plants were there, like, okay, I could reach out and I could, like, but you can drill down into everything that makes them them. The differences between plants, you're like, cool, if I needed to cross-pollinate this and this, and all I would have to do is... And, like, while you're going through that, like, suddenly you kind of hear a little, like... I was like, oh, the doctor is... Oh, okay. Why, hello, doctor.
Hello?
I am glad that this is working out for you.
Is it working? Am I okay?
Well, the doctor's light have said that it was better if we sent you, and she was right. They were correct. I look forward to working with you more in the future, past, throughout
Yeah.
the ages.
Mm-hmm.
You do call them ages? Ages? Times. Now.
Thank you. I think I want to say physically there is like the eyes just go like solid green.
Mm-hmm.
And there's even like green under the skin.
My girlfriend's poison ivy.
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna go full. Well, I don't know. We'll see. But like, there is greening happening.
The greening.
Yeah.
And I believe that these ones always also come with stability checks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. To make sure I don't lose control of my new powers.
Yes.
Why would that?
Oh,
But
yeah.
like, I don't remember what the difficulty you have normally set these at would be.
I don't remember either. It was probably the level you just arrived at.
Then we're
Unfortunately,
gonna say it's the level
like
you
I don't
just
want that to be the
arrived at.
answer, but I think it is.
Yeah.
That makes the most sense to me.
Mhm. I mean, I will. Oh, you already rolled. Well, I was gonna give you some willpower for some extra dice.
It is a stability check, and you cannot.
Oh,
you're right.
right. Okay, but I can pay to re-roll, right?
Yes.
Okay. I got a pair of 8s,
So
which
Oh,
is
so close.
not it, and 1 9.
There's a 9 there.
Damn it. Okay. Also not it.
7.
Do another one. I'm down to 7 willpower, by the way.
Oh wow.
Willpower goes
See
fast,
how
you
it
guys.
goes.
It can.
Oh.
I have a 10,
A 10.
1, 10.
That's
Ooh.
that's a
That's a
very
10.
valiant effort.
I'm gonna roll one more time and then let the chips
Keep it if it
fall where they
stays, yeah.
may. Because I'm gonna want some more willpower later. 10s. And I get a willpower back.
I feel like that struggle does need to be like represented.
Yeah.
You know, like that is literally happening.
Yeah.
I would like to know what it is that
Yeah.
you are like, because you're holding on by a thread.
Yeah. But I think this is so for Heather, it's always been Heather's never been in a place where there weren't plants until she went to the interstitial, right? And that was the first time she was like, well, this is weird here, but whatever, this is not normal, right? This is not a normal place. So she's never been in the world where like there was no plant life around at all.
Mhm.
Even in the middle of the city, there's stuff, right? There's mold, there's something. And it always felt like this external thing, but she's now realizing it's not external. It's, well, except for the sense that it's from the interstitial, but like this, it actually comes from within her, and she's becoming a conduit like any pinnacle would be. And there is this moment where, we're like, I think kneeling, right? Like we're kneeling on the,
Probably, yeah.
like having
Mhm.
this moment, and like kind of puts one hand down because she almost falls over and is blinking and
Just holding so
I-
tight. Mm-hmm.
okay, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta do something with this now. Like right now.
Okay.
Somebody go.
Fantastic. And I'm gonna give you a surprise round.
All right.
Okay.
because you successfully snuck up here and then had this whole thing.
I
And it was
cannot
very
believe I kept my
quiet.
shit together for
You
that.
did it!
Amazing.
I have a question.
You missed it too. I had spent willpower to re-roll, and finally, before I roll, I said, "This is the last one I'm spending,
Nice.
and then I'm gonna live with the consequences." Got the pair of tens.
Yes.
So,
So you have a question?
Did Hector's nudge get confiscated?
what?
Hector's nudge get confiscated?
Who's nudge?
Right, you had like one nudge that you never used for that final
Right.
Oh,
battle,
that's right.
right?
I mean, who would take it from you?
I am gonna say that your nudges did not get confiscated, but you do not have your delivery systems are vastly changed.
Oh no.
Oh, right.
I also use knives
yeah,
back
thanks.
then.
Yeah, we don't have like a proper hypodermic
Yeah,
syringe,
no, that's not,
like
that is not how this gets delivered anymore.
not here anyway. Hmm.
All right. We'll think about it.
And that's not to say you don't have it.
Mhm.
What is
Okay.
it?
Just pull out a whole hookah system, like, whoa.
Yeah.
Where did this come from?
Catheter.
Good news. It comes in a suppository.
Oh, God, Max carding.
Oh,
Any further on that one?
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Blame the
just don't
Simpsons.
That's right.
I don't like poop things.
Yep. Done.
So yes, you have a surprise round. And
While that was going on, Hector would ask Lucky, you brought up the death stare. What is the death stare?
I brought up the what?
Didn't somebody tell us that there was like a don't get looked at by him or something?
Oh, don't draw the ire of the mages of the
Oh,
bone
no.
giants. Yeah.
So if the mages are looking at you, they can concentrate a kind of a death zone on where you are. It is a line of sight attack, is basically what Lucky was telling you. It is not so much they have a death stare as they have a spell that relies on line of sight. Also, Lucky, being who they are, is like when you sneak up behind someone and attack them, you just have a much better chance of success
Mm.
than if you go in where they can see you.
With explosions.
Also, Lucky,
You
like
smash through the ceiling and right onto the mages and explode. Yeah.
Also, one thing that you probably should know about how when Lucky was fighting all these things, that Lucky like continually was on the brink of death.
Mm.
All the time.
That's true.
So much brink of death. And part of that turns out because we were playing the character incorrectly, like we were resolving their roles
I
incorrectly.
mean, the
and part of
system's
that
math
is-
was so loose.
It was so weird, but because some things you needed to roll and some things you didn't, and it was sometimes because of like a symbol on the card, and it was sometimes just because of like how the base
Yeah.
rules worked, and it was very confusing. So it is not a thing, but it is a thing to note that like every time we got in a fight, Lucky almost died.
Hopefully this perspective will mean something. It did not have enough rules for me.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
fair.
for me.
Wow.
So there wasn't enough to fix.
Shall we initiative order for a surprise round since we all
Yeah,
get
that's probably a good
together?
idea.
Just quick.
Yeah.
Did we know if the mages were alive? This is players asking. Eli.
Oh, I mean, they're as much as the bone giants are alive.
Yeah, like I got life signs from them. They're
Okay.
just that they were the sluggish life
They're
signs.
just
I
very
believe,
strange.
yes.
Okay.
So I would say at this point, like from what you saw before, the 4 big guys are now your sluggish life signs,
Mhm.
and your 2 mages are your reversed life signs.
Interesting.
You rolled like 9s on that roll or something. Like.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say like you could tell that they are pulling in life from around them, and that is why.
Weird question. Can I, in the way that I can tell where people's powers are centralized, can I tell where they are pulling that life into them?
Oh, you mean in their bodies?
Mm-hmm.
It is suffusing them, but they are filtering it through that same spot where powers originate. I got
That's
to use
all.
an SAT word.
Yeah.
That's all.
So that is what you know about this.
Thank you.
I'm gonna rewrite this. I made so many notes on the thing where I wrote the
If it's just us declaring, I go first, right?
yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. I have the least sense of any of us.
Mhm.
Okay. So.
And it also, well, makes sense because you're freaking out, man.
Yeah. And I'm not the combat veteran that a bunch of you are.
Going.
Yeah. Yeah, ostensibly it's like we're going, right? Like that sort of thing. And I know
You see me jump up and get
Right.
ready to.
yeah.
Mhm.
But I'm going to all right. So part of the change, so I'm like, I put myself between you and the glass at one point. So the glass is behind me,
Mm-hmm.
right? And we're having this super intense moment. Also in the moment, like the eyes are turning green, all this stuff. The armor that seemed like shiny metal before fully turns into like plate mail made of bark.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
All of that shifts and changes. Lots of it's like spiky and curled thorns and shit off the shoulders and just all this stuff. And then
I love a magical girl transformation.
I'm having a good time.
Kisses Kit,
Mm-hmm.
a good one.
The wildest, most intense adrenaline
Yeah.
just turned up to 9.
Then,
Jesus Christ.
not
down
like
nasty.
pushing Kit away, but just like,
Yeah,
like disconnects and then does the like diver off the back of a boat, just like crashes through the window to
A little too much self-confidence.
just like yeah, I don't know how it's gonna go, but the goal
Not
is
for me.
I'm gonna plant bomb these guys and just take out whoever I can because I'm not even looking where I'm going. So
In terms of like what you were trying to
yeah, I'm gonna
Do-
make my attack roll and pay willpower after the effect to do multiple attacks.
yeah, great.
Because I don't know how many I'm gonna be able to get, and if I get a bunch of pairs, I'll just pay for those. But that's my goal: is a multi-attack.
Fantastic. And then it will be Hector.
He is going to mind attack whichever mage guy looks the worst.
Okay.
The
Are
one
you
on the
going
left
to
makes
are you going to
sense.
find out what your nudge delivery system is?
He's not at that point yet. Like, it's kind of like if we start getting screwed, then
So fair.
some real bad's gonna happen.
Yeah, last resort kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that'll be chainsaw.
When Heather says, "Somebody go," use my cigar to light the keg, chuck it back in my mouth, jump up through the glass, and I'm gonna try to land in between the two mages and explode.
Okay. This is a note for you know that Heather is
Yep.
swan diving through there and will land in the same spot that you are going.
Well,
As
loosely.
long
in
as
the same spot.
I go first, I should hopefully be
Yeah.
able to.
Yeah, there's a good chance he'll hit the ground before I get there. So
Great. I'm
I
just
love
double
you.
checking.
I'm comfortable with this risk.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I like it.
Just making sure.
Kit doesn't, but I do.
Speaking of Kit,
Hello. I mean, I know what I'm mad at. So, I think what Kit wants to do is this is not turning down. Kit is not trying to turn down, but is going to try to tune into one of these mages and reverse what they are doing. So how they are sucking in, they want it to start being spat back out.
great. I am going to say that this is real hard.
Yeah.
And I am, because they are in the middle of this and like linked in this ritual and everything, I am going to put this difficulty at 8s.
Very fair.
Great.
Oh, and I'm going to take down my base will to get an extra 10.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to
Spending
start
the
getting
good
done
stuff.
too.
Me too. It's happening soon.
Let's go.
Okay, so
Oh.
since it's a surprise round, that's
Do we know what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm going. "Ah!"
Oh, that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Okay, that's. Oh, that's too many dice. Just kidding. Okay, now I know what to do.
you dropped one off the side just
It's
to make sure that you have
okay.
enough.
I'll do it, but yeah, that's great.
Okay.
I did get a 10 on that extra one that I rolled, but I didn't get a 10 anywhere else, so it doesn't really matter.
Aw.
I've got 2 pairs, which I've paid for to use, but that's good. I wanted to go on 2 of a kind, so
Yes,
This
this
is
is
fine.
it's definitely good for you to go
Yeah.
into a kind. And you have what, six hard dice in that?
yes. Yes, 6 hard dice.
I got 5.
And you have 5 of kind? Great.
I
Pairs for
finally
me.
got a pair.
Nice. Pairs for me.
Okay. And you have pairs?
Yes.
Great. So, I'm gonna say each of them has 12. And then they had. So the as you explode through with your bombs, but also like following your bombs in a like it's like the superimposed dwarf is how I think of your
Yes.
boar's head, like in this universe, that it is like you see kind of like the astral projection of the dwarf chainsaw driving down with this bomb and explodes outwards through the like in the center of the 2 mages. And they roar back like everything is scattered. Like all these like little bits and pieces that they had put in place, like so carefully, so perfectly positioned, explodes outwards. And then they each take some damage, but what you
It's
see
also penetration too, by the way.
is that the damage that they took, actually, like some of it, not all of it,
Mm-hmm.
but a portion of it, like immediately, it's like between one breath and the next,
Mhm.
it's like exhale, inhale, and a portion of that damage is hit. They are still
Oh.
like
they're like Wolverine healing,
at the moment, yes.
or faster even, really. Wow. Okay.
Like
Gosh, how could we stop that? Dang.
Only
there
there
was
were
a-
There's
a way.
nothing we can do.
If only there was a plan for that.
so they are still damaged, but like there is a portion of the damage that you did to them
Mhm.
that is immediately healed, and the longer it goes, like
Yeah.
the more it would.
Okay.
Mine is 5 non-physical days. Actually, I went on 6 at the same time because I go first. I forgot.
Oh.
Well,
But I'm still in.
Yeah.
was it
fine.
10s?
Huh?
Was it 10s?
No, it's 2s.
Well, there you go. So it all works
Yeah.
out. We're still in the same the
Oh,
right
that's
order.
true. Yeah.
And then you have
And it's subtle, so you just kind of like
it's just a like days. There's not a stability check in response to that. Or...
it's damage.
Yeah. It bypasses armor because it's not mind controlled. They don't get stability checks.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
That's what I was checking.
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay. So you take one is it this and one is going to be at and you did 5?
Mhm.
5. Great. So one of them like immediately drops down to their knees and is like clutching their head and lets out this like guttural roar, and immediately
Is this one of the 4 or one of the 2 mages?
One of the mages.
one of the
Oh,
mages.
okay.
So you had the 2 mages. The circle has exploded.
Mm.
One of them looks like they both have like it was like a rebound effect where they healed up this damage, but one of them has dropped to their knees and clutching their head as like this and they're screaming something, but not in a language that you understand. The tone you understand is pain and anger. And he looks real bad. Who goes next?
I'm 2 of a kind
Two
pairs.
of a kind. What do you have on your pairs?
What are your first?
I've got 8s.
I've got 9s are my best one.
Cool.
9s first then.
Yeah.
My dice say exactly what you need today, King. Nothing more, nothing less.
Love it. Okay, so yeah, the first one is just my vine attacks. They're a little amped up today. But
I'm gonna say that the what is left, like this little shrug that you have of the seaweed as your armor transformed, it also like revitalized the seaweed, but instead of growing back into like normal, flexible, tasty seaweed,
seaweed is delicious. Yes.
it has also grown. It's like a cape of rose thorn vines.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
actually, let's do one better, because rose thorns are like, meh, 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 meh.
Sure.
They are bougainvillea spikes
Fuck yeah.
on these.
Let's go.
You're a pinnacle now.
Yeah. Okay.
Transform a plant into something else.
Yeah.
That feels right.
Yeah. You just move these pieces around. It was so easy. Why didn't I do this before?
Same
seems
question
so
I asked
obvious
myself
now.
about regrowing arms.
Yeah.
And you lash out with one of these spikes as you fall through, and it hits the
You could pick at random if you want, because I was not in a place where I was picking targets very well. So,
great. So I've got
and I do have a thing as well. If it does end up attacking a skeleton, they should probably be immune to my daze power, because I have a thing that says it doesn't work on robots or whatever. And so I imagine they're in that category.
so
Okay.
what
Whatever.
Yeah.
So because of the way I wrote this list down, I have mages at 1 and 2. I've got 4 other bone giants who I'm calling the lieutenants, because I think it sounds cool.
Yeah.
At 3, 4, 5, 6 skeletons currently. But since I only have like 7, 8, 9, 10,
Sure.
7, 8, 9, and 10 are currently skeletons
Yeah.
for randomness, and I rolled an 8.
So skeleton for the first one.
So a skeleton gets hit by your first one.
Yep.
But it whips through them. It rips through it.
Yeah.
And like cuts it in half. It shouldn't be able to do this. It shouldn't be, your vine shouldn't be this strong.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah.
But like you have put so much of yourself and so much of this surge of energy into it that it lashed out like it was adamantium.
Okay. I'll take it.
Hot.
For the sake of the like everybody being like, that's so OP, it's not gonna last beyond like your ability to like manipulate plants this well.
Yeah, it's
is
a
part
today
of
thing.
the surge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got some 8s, baby.
Nice. So you reach out, and especially with the ritual itself and the circle of what is protection, you realize, and facilitation of putting this energy in, you are able to go in and you realize, like, oh, they're vulnerable here now in a way that they weren't moments ago, that they were protected. And you are able to reach out to the... Which mage are you going for?
I think the one that did not fall to their knees screaming.
Great.
Mhm.
So you reach out and are able to like really like crank down on this flow through them in like concentrated on that same point. You were still like, it was just that power high, and you're, instead of just like crushing it down and debilitating the flow like you have done before, like you did to Brian, like you did to Ash. Or no, it's not Ash, because Ash was your
Axel.
buddy. Axel.
Axel, yeah.
You are like, this is wrong. We are going to right it now.
Mm-hmm.
And you force it to start pumping the, in your mind, correct way.
Uh-oh. That's probably fine.
Everything's fine.
And what you notice, Heather, when that happens, is the pull that you feel specifically, like so strongly because of how attached you are to the plants as well,
Yeah.
is no longer functional.
Oh, at all. It's just totally gone.
Not completely gone, because
Okay.
you still have one mage who is still drawing upon the like that ritual.
Yeah.
But like they're also like they're so much in pain. They're drawing hard, but their capacity to do so is also diminished.
Mm.
But a large chunk of that pressure has been released.
Okay.
Like it's like there was a piece, like there was like a something like tugging at your insides that is still like there, but it's more like a little like scratch at rather than this like full fisted pull.
Yeah.
Mm,
Okay. Cool.
cool. And I'm
Yeah.
still up on the roof, I think.
Oh,
Hector and I both.
and then my pair of fives
And then your pair of fives,
to another random target, I guess.
random target. Oh wait, I said that one of these skeletons is now.
Move the skeletons up a notch.
You hit one of the lieutenants,
Okay.
and it like really like wails them, and you see like a scratch, like it's the thorn catches in, and it's almost like leverage to push him down
Oh, yeah.
and to the side, and he crashes into one of the tables. But what you do notice if you were looking hard is that he is not like he's not bleeding
Oh,
from this.
that's good, I guess.
Like you have not broken through.
Easy cleanup.
Mm.
Oh, it didn't
Oh,
pierce
great.
the skin? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying he was like pierced and not bleeding.
No, I mean like
Okay.
it was like
Oh.
the like sometimes when you catch like your clothing or something on a thorn, but it
Yeah.
all because they're so
Oh.
big, it kind of caught onto his body.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, with a pair, it's only 2 shock and 2 killing, and if he's got 2 armor, then that's nothing.
exactly.
So, yeah. Yep, I got
And
it.
they have slightly more than 2 armor.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Very real. Very real.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That one's with that.
That's
that
cool.
one's with that. That one has that. That one has that. Great. So now we're going to go into a regular round. I am going to say that the skeletons have been mobilized to, like, the 2 that were carrying stuff around and like just ferrying, start like throwing things at you
Mm,
that are just handy, like whatever's there.
yeah.
And then the 4 that were
Flower
at the
pot.
doors, which are
My
now
own rib.
I mean, whatever's there. They don't have consciousness. They don't have volition. They were given an order to attack,
Yeah.
but
They're just-
only the original 4 had weapons to attack with, and now it is the original 3 had weapons to attack with. So you've got some skeletons coming for you, and then it is Hector's turn.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
I like what's coming next.
He wants to take the other mage's willpower.
Mm.
I'm all about
Oh,
death
I
energy.
forgot you could do that. Oh, God.
When you say the other one, do you mean the one that is on his knees, or
The other
do you
one.
mean the one that
The one that I just
That you
started
just
pumping
reversed.
out.
Yeah, his power just got turned all the way down.
Well, his power isn't turned down. He is like a faucet that I reversed the flow of.
Oh.
Yeah.
So instead of bringing in life power, it's shooting out life power.
Yeah.
That's not going to go well for it, I think.
I mean, here's my logic. I don't want to kill people, but if someone's undead That feels fair game to me. You shouldn't be doing that.
They're already dead.
You shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
take his
Hector.
willpower.
Okay. I don't remember how you did the difficulty for those.
For
I just rolled it.
which?
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
you
I have
make
to
your
go fly
attack
down because
and
I gotta
then-
get touch.
Yeah, and then I think he gets a stability check because it's a willpower power.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
But it's versus the amount of dice in your power,
Mhm.
not the like basic, which was the problem we had with that. So,
Mhm.
how many dice is in your willpower drain?
My willpower drain is 8.
Yeah, so he's got to roll 8s to resist.
Fantastic. The lieutenants go next, and they are going to go for 2 of them are going to go for Chainsaw, and 2 of them are going to go for Heather because you were the 2 people down here
Yep.
right now.
Can I have accomplished a sloppy superhero landing? Like kind of like, well, I don't know, make it look cool.
I am going to do you one better. Is that you did the swan dive onto your back, and like halfway down, you were like, "Oh shit!"
What have I done?
But as you lash out with these giant vines, they whip you around
Oh, yeah, nice.
into a perfect superhero landing.
Okay.
Hot.
Oh, yes.
Cool.
And it was totes on purpose.
Yep.
Yes.
I meant to do that.
Okay. So
So can I have a ruling?
in
Nice.
what's that?
If I spend 2 willpower, does it make it 10 dice? 10 difficulty?
That's how it's supposed to work. Yeah.
Great.
You can do this.
Fuck these guys.
Then so that was that. That was Hector. I said the lieutenants.
Mhm.
Chainsaw.
Surprise, motherfuckers! And I pull out my pistols and start shooting at the lieutenants.
If you want to attack more than one of them, it is going to be a multi-action.
Multi-action. Yeah, I'm gonna attack 2 of them.
Okay, great. So both of them that you are coming, that are
Yeah.
coming for you. And Kit,
I'm maintaining this action.
So did we skip over my
I thought,
sense?
oh, I'm so sorry. I thought
You went.
that is
I thought
my bad.
hotness was your action.
Inability to read.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I just know like I'm supposed to like
You were
wait. I
supposed to go
don't
before
know
Hector.
this. I don't know this. I'm not listening. It's okay. I don't think anything affects what I had in my mind to try. So I've got 2 lieutenants coming at me.
Yes.
And there's a fair amount of like skeletons wherever, right?
Yeah, they're hanging out. Like, and by hanging out, I mean attacking whatever target is closest to them kind
So-
of situation.
I'm gonna do a dumb thing.
Yeah.
I love
I'm gonna burn a base will.
Oh,
Not dumb. Hot.
Hey.
Ah.
Yeah. Join the club.
That puts me up to 16 willpower because I need to spend 13
Oh.
to add the spray area effect to my attack.
Oh.
And just thorn blast the lieutenants and skeletons in it's like a cone blast, right? So
Nice.
that's
it's like
what
a breath attack,
that's what I want to do.
except it's thorns.
Just got little flags and I'm waving.
You're like a thorn dragon.
Fuck yeah.
You're making me so thorny.
No, there it is. How did I not get there? Oh my
How did it take us this long?
Give
You're
that
too
man a
busy-
Benny.
You're too busy being hot.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's just turning basically like going like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you," but then just like a porcupine, just thorns everywhere, in a just cloud of
Of
destruction.
spray.
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay, so
So it lets me do multi-attack basically. Like I get one roll that'll affect everyone in the blast radius. So.
mhm.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm gonna say that like this is the thing because you've disrupted and all of this other stuff. Like, if you would like to do a multi-action instead of just maintaining
Mhm.
this flow, I
Like
will
do
pull-
this and something else.
Yeah, like I mean,
As in, like,
the
since
maintaining of this will not be a very difficult roll.
it's not as hard.
It would it would require at that point just a match. You would just
Sure.
make the match.
Great. Let's get greedy. I want to do it to the other one too.
Fantastic.
Mwahaha.
And that one will be 8.
That'll be 8s again. Yeah, great.
But if you get any match,
That keeps that one. Yeah. Awesome.
Fantastic.
Alright.
Your magic users, one of them is going to
Oh,
attempt to cast a spell that is going to be targeted at Hector, and one of them is going to actually try to take cover. The one who is on his knees and got like really
Yeah.
he is going to try to take cover
So fair.
to do other nefarious deeds, but not from the front lines.
Yeah.
How dare you, nefarious?
Okay, so
It's awesome. We're the nines couple.
I'm so happy.
Oh,
Yeah, a bunch of
Oh
them.
yeah.
No.
And a wiggle die. And like, this is gonna be fun.
We're just partying.
and that is
I'm gonna look up spray and make sure I'm using that right.
So I get
I,
spider sense on this, right, Jason?
Well, yeah, that's your passive. It's like a pre-armor effect.
Okay.
So if the width of the attack doesn't beat that, then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, my boar's head is a spray now too.
That's it, not spray. It should be area.
yeah, that should be an area effect. Like it's
Change it to spray so I could change which way that it
Oh,
exploded out.
that's right. You
so
wanted
that
to
I
be able
could-
to shape it. We did redesign that. Yeah. Yeah. You have some ability to shape the blast.
Yeah, I just don't know how big of a spray it is.
However big you wanted to
Yeah, I
spray.
mean the range is kind of dependent on your the number of dice and all that,
Mm-hmm.
but it's like
what?
within combat. Like you're not gonna blow out the side of the house probably,
Right.
but you might.
Unless
right?
I'm real close to the side.
Yeah, yeah.
That's just hilarious. It's fine.
Is spray.
Then there were 4 of these guys. So, and what's hilarious about this? Oh my god, again.
Like Jason rolling hilarious.
Is this what it's like
No.
sitting over here all the time? Oh no. I'm sorry.
Then the magician gets.
I might have said the wrong thing. Maybe it's not called spray.
Hmm.
I mean, the effect is costs the same amount. I just may have said the wrong ability here.
I mean, that's fine. Like, right? It's not. Note to self: never make an encounter with this many things again. It was just a letter.
Yeah, the
Um,
mob rules are really annoying in this.
So,
Oh, yeah, I definitely said the wrong thing. I'll look at it.
but it's cool. Who beat 4 of a kind?
Me.
I have a 4 of a kind.
I have a 4 of a kind as well.
I can squish down to 4 of a kind, and I might.
No, I have 4 of a kind.
No, I am
You know
full
what?
of it.
I will squish down to 4 of
Yeah.
a kind.
Get him.
I also want to have fun. Okay, yeah.
Okay. So, my first 4 of a kind is 4 6s. Who beats that?
I have 6. I have a 6 of a kind.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh,
well,
I thought you said you had a
Well,
4 of
get
a
in there,
kind.
bro.
I don't know what I said. It's words.
I don't know where I am right now.
Whatever.
I'm just here for willpower.
So, you have a 6 of a kind.
6 3s.
Awesome. So, you fly down, reach out, touch Monsieur Mish, who,
I feel like
having a real bad day.
Bill's visage looks like a skeletal Jack Skellington, and you see some of the like mariachi outlines from what it looks like in our world, and that's when the skull comes out and goes over his, and then that's when you see the willpower start coming into the suit.
Let's
I
go.
love that. And I have to beat 10s on this, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
Don't do it. Didn't do it.
Yay!
Honestly, wouldn't have beat really anything because the only match here was once.
no. Oh, no.
Womp womp.
Oh wait, no, there were 4s. The dice are back to being like, oh, it's Pooja rolling.
Yay!
They found
Um,
you.
So you
I don't know how,
take,
but they
you
found
suck out
6.
6 willpower, which, I'm going to say you see a noticeable, like, this mage.
Do I need to make a stability roll for death powers or anything weird like that?
Yeah, I'm gonna have you roll Death Rider.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna spend a willpower. Pair of 9s.
Awesome. With a pair of 9s, you realize, like, from the flavor of the willpower that you have taken out of this mage, you
Mhm.
realize that they have been using, like, you're like, wait, that fragmented feeling that you felt when you reached out before,
Mhm.
that you couldn't really parse, now you know exactly where it is coming from. So each of these, like, apparati that they had set up around the room is meant to contain, harness, and siphon from a piece of a very shining soul.
Brain chat opens up. I think they're trying to eat the queen's soul.
Oh. Okay.
Fuck these guys.
But the mage itself, obsessively, like, their eyes, like, they were so malicious, so angry, so sure of their own power.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a moment of real terror before they go rather, like, vacant.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it's not like you ate their brain, but it is like that there is, what has been sustaining them all this time is a fanatical devotion and willpower to maintain it. So without that willpower to fuel what they are doing, they are unable to do it. You know?
So I think there's like a ghostly laugh, and then you see the body just go from Bill's hand.
Nice.
So yeah, my 4 6s is gone.
Hey.
Ooh. I have 4 10s.
Nice. Go for it.
All right.
Or did anybody beat 4
Well, I
10s?
have 4 9s. So
Okay.
after that.
Pretty sure that doesn't beat my 10s. Yeah, I'm just. So I just shoot one of the lieutenants with that.
Okay, so you hit the lieutenant, and it is a staggering blow, and like it's like, oh, but there is like not quite the whole thing goes through. It is, I would say, you know, it's almost like half of it went through.
Whoa.
It's almost like it
With
doesn't
penetration
have
4?
Oh no, I forgot about the penetration 4. So yes, you do a staggering amount of damage. And he looks very surprised. It says he's like, wait.
Time out, guys.
Wait. That's not what we agreed
Time
to.
out there,
Basically.
guys.
So and that was 4. Okay, great. Four 9s.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to find. Oh, here we go. Oh,
Isn't it like in golf or something?
area. That's
Ah.
it's a version of area. Okay, now I know what to say. Yeah. So it is like extra damage. Oh, okay. So, yeah, I don't know exactly how to apply this, but I think it can just hit in the thing.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So yeah, it's 4 9s to everybody within the cone of effect.
Okay.
I thought I knew how this worked, and now I can't find it.
I'm gonna say that, like, based on, so you came in and there were like 2. I am gonna say that because you're a badass, as you like these thrones fly out in this massive spray from you, and like, whoops, no more skellies.
Oh, okay.
And you also hit the 2 lieutenants who are coming for you.
Yeah.
And does that attack have penetration on it?
No, because I didn't pay for that, but it does have 4 shock and 4 killing, so maybe that gets past some of the armor.
It does.
Okay.
And that is the situation where, like, about half of it gets past.
Okay.
Great. And but all the skeletons are, like,
Cool.
just, like, it is a rain of bones in here.
We have like a bunch of thorns stuck in the wall, and yeah.
Oh,
alright,
yeah.
Awesome.
It is like, pew, 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 pew. And you knock one of the apparatuses off of the table.
Nope. That's probably fine.
And as, like, the vessel that it was holding cracks, like, there is a light that y'all see glow from this, and it races out of the room.
Ooh,
Hell yeah.
Oh,
that's probably good.
hopefully.
I think that's good.
It is not sticking around to find out what's going on.
No.
Run,
So fair.
Run free, light.
Get out of there.
Fly, be free.
Yeah.
It is a beam on a mission. And you had 4
eights.
8s, great.
Those are the 8s to reverse the flow of the other mage. Mhm.
You succeed in doing so, and it is the same kind of thing. Like, you latch in, and did you get another pair to maintain?
I did. I got a-
Wait, no, it doesn't matter because that mage is down.
Oh, shit. Okay.
my bad.
Well, never mind.
So this is why I keep so many notes. I'm like, oh yeah, that one's scratched out. It's fine.
Amazing. Amazing.
Because that's what happens when you got all your willpower sapped, and all of your powers come from willpower. Like,
Yoink.
all of your existence comes from willpower. So you reverse the flow on the second mage, and as, like, this guy was really just trying to, like, go into cover
Mm-hmm.
and trying to be sneaky about it. It's not so sneaky when, like, you start bellowing.
I can feel you. Yeah, no. So
Um,
start screaming again.
So there's
Okay.
more screaming. There's more, like, and you hear kind of like things being knocked over back behind one of the tables. It's like, it's sad back there. That's a little, if you were, you know, the kind to empathize with life-sucking necromancer
Mm-hmm.
peoples.
If that's your type, you know.
If that's your type.
If you're into that.
Amazing.
Okay, so the 3 of a kind. Has everyone gone? Everyone is gone.
Yeah, I do have a second shot on 3 of a kind.
Great.
666.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got you've got a lieutenant. The lieutenants who are coming for you. One of them, I'm gonna say that your attack, like, broke up some of their pair, but they are still, like, shouldering through, like, through the damage. So one of the lieutenants swings the glaive at you, Heather, and
Oh.
and hits for 2 10s.
Ouch. Hits you, right?
Yes.
Oh,
hits Heather.
sorry.
Sorry.
I heard Heather. I'm like, oh, Heather's NPC. Like, I'm gonna keep looking up these rules. Like, shit.
I was like, what is happening?
You got
over
bonked.
Yeah.
there? So you
I was
got
like,
bonked.
She got
You
knocked
got
out? Like, what
Yeah.
happened?
Yep. Okay, so I have 2 armor. What did I get hit for?
Oh, well, you only got him for 2 10s, so you
Oh.
are soaked up by your.
Okay.
Whew.
Whew, okay.
So it's a solid hit, but
But that's
your
that glaive
fancy
guy
fancy.
is like
Mhm.
all up in my
Um,
business. Okay.
Mhm.
And then your attack broke, like the broke the attack of the other guy. He's like, oh, shit, this hurts.
Mm,
And his attack was broken.
okay.
And then
Can it be because his foot's pinned to the ground with the
it can be.
thorn? Okay.
can be.
Amazing.
Mm.
And the what's the width that needs to they need to hit to get to chainsaw? It would have to be like 5 of kind, right?
I think at least, yeah.
Uh,
Your passive armor thing. I can look it up.
yeah.
Okay. So they both try to land blows on you, but your aura soaks it up. And we are back to the top, which is now Heather.
Okay. So yeah, I think Heather takes this big spinning, gets half spun around from this glaive, and uses that as impetus to pull up I think Hela's crown from Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Just pulls that up as to try to protect her head and face a little bit, and then just is gonna charge this guy. I mean, it's basically fighting him, but I'm using my plant powers. So, yeah, just trying to make big spiky things on the end of my arms and
Awesome.
stab.
I'm gonna say that Lucky wasn't so fast as y'all were, so you had the round. Lucky will be in this round. Mostly because they looked at that and they were like, no,
Scary.
no. And now it's like, okay.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of there's gonna be a lot of spray.
Mm.
And that belt only holds in so many guts.
Waiting for the area of attacks to go off is a smart move.
Mm-hmm.
Hector?
So the other mage is still alive?
Yep.
I will eat his soul.
Oh my god.
Okay. And the lieutenants are coming for both of you still. They're, didn't say they were smart.
Mm.
And chainsaw.
Okay, I'm just looking up spray.
Yeah, it looks like it lets you target a bunch of people at once.
Hmm.
It adds 1 die to your roll and allows you to attempt any number of multiple actions. That's, with the power without penalty. That's,
Damn.
yeah. So it's not exactly how I was picturing area is how I
I think-
used it, but you're using spray, which is more like,
think-
like you're,
Yeah, it's more of an explosion. It'd probably be area. We'll get back to that. I'm not.
I can give you the area rules if you want.
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna kind of try to sidestep around these guys and look for the devices and take one shot with each pistol at a different device.
Okay.
So if there are 4 of them, I'm gonna hit 2 of them.
Okay. I'm gonna say Lucky goes here, and Lucky is going to go for the lieutenants who are after you,
Mhm.
one of them with a death blast.
Ooh.
Mm.
Also, the lieutenant that I hit should take -4 to his dice pool.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Now, quick rule check. For multi-actions that use 2 different powers, I use the dice pool that's smaller, correct?
yes, you roll with the smaller dice pool and,
then
then
take out a
take
die.
out one
Yes.
die.
Okay, so I'm going to maintain, of course, but then with the other
You-
one...
Yeah. So you've got the mage
Yeah.
who is up still, and all you would need is a
match,
is a
right,
match
to keep that going.
keep going with that. And then the other mage is down. You
Right.
do not have to maintain. You do not have to.
Yes. So I'm maintaining on the one, and then I am also going to make a lightning attack on the lieutenant who just smacked my girlfriend.
Sounds
So
good.
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, get him. Oh, cool. I closed my character sheet. Yeah, why wouldn't I?
Oh, and I'm gonna
Makes so much
spend willpower to make that penetration. So I have 4 dice in this since I made a multi-action. So is it 4 willpower? Or is it 5 because it's technically? It's a little
Wait, what is it you need?
So normally you spend the amount of willpower that is in the dice pool, correct, to get penetration.
Yeah.
But I took a die out of the dice pool.
Oh, yeah, you
so-
get to benefit from that.
Hell
But
yeah.
are any of the dice hard dice or wiggle dice?
Yes.
Okay, so it's 1 for loose dice, 2 for hard dice, and 4 for wiggle dice. Which is why it cost me 13 to add my, yeah.
Okay.
Well.
8 plus 2 is 10. I'm mad, so I'm doing it.
Okay.
Awesome. So this will have penetration 1.
1, yeah. So that ignores 1 point of armor.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you could pay 26 and get 2 points.
Oh, thanks so much.
You know,
So
next time you
economical.
take the nudge, I guess.
Hmm.
I'll just get penetration on this as an attack later.
Yeah, I feel like at that point, like,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
great. So let's roll, because like that's the magic user who is behind is trying to escape.
Mm-hmm.
At this
Okay.
point, the like
Live
No
to fight another day.
Uh, I'm also
You
going to
won't.
buy a wiggle die for
Mhm.
this roll. This is the right number of dice.
But this guy's only gonna have this.
Ooh. I'm on the 5 of a kind round, no biggie.
Me
Oh my
too.
God.
Oh,
And then
I love the idea
so
of
that was
This
Um,
lieutenant just
guy.
getting killed, and then the lightning just like frying.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to hit that hard.
Oh boy.
That's hilarious.
I also thought about trying to put penetration on this because these spiky attacks, you know, but like,
Nice.
you know, the 5 of a kind's going to have to carry me.
Yeah.
And your guys are 1, 2.
I'm definitely going to put penetration on her attack powers now because, like,
Yay.
and now she gets to spend the normal amount of XP that you all have.
Woo!
Yeah, it's just going to get a little bit wild.
That's 3 times 9 and I was like, did they just roll the same thing? No, they except that one's cocked, so maybe.
Ideally, I mean,
No, they-
identically.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
It is weird when that happens.
It is very odd
yeah.
when I was just like, wait a minute. Okay, and then Lucky's attack is going to be on the 4 of a kind. Great. You said 6?
5 of a kind.
5.
I've
Who
only
had
got
better than
pairs.
5?
I only got pairs this time.
Same.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
so
on
you-
8s.
Do you go on 5 or is
Or
this
you
like
go
if
on-
you
I'm
go
going on
first?
5.
Okay.
This one doesn't have to go first, but I got 5 tens.
Yeah, that
Well,
beats
then you're
me.
going first.
I eat
Okay.
5 willpower.
Yeah,
Okay.
delicious.
And I.
Oh, I spent the 2 willpower too, so it's typical 10 again. Sorry.
Okay, great.
What an asshole.
Yeah, it does make it. Does not make it. And you have another sense of that. Like, it's like this rush into you. And if you want to roll a death rider again,
Oh,
Oh boy.
is that
and
a,
by if want to.
how do you want to do this
this?
situation?
Yeah.
How do you want to ride this?
I'm probably gonna have to spend willpower again. I sure do. Damn it.
Sure do.
This might be a while, folks.
It's all
Sorry.
right.
Whoa.
That was a good straight.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no, the worst.
Are there any such things?
Hmm.
No. I know.
Oh,
some.
this game.
I know some good straights.
You know, I made some good straights, and then 2 years later, they're like, so. And I'm
Perfect.
like,
There you
"Oh."
go.
Awesome. This time when you follow that wave of energy, Like,
Mhm.
you saw through, like, the thoughts. And while you don't understand words, you feel like a bit of the memory and the thought process of this witch. And you realize that they were there. The bone giants had been attempting to encroach upon the queen's palace for some time.
Mm.
They had set up like these traps and all this stuff, and then suddenly, like, as they mounted their attack, the queen was rocked by Ebrine coming in.
Mm.
And she rallied because she is ancient and she is strong, and this is what she does.
Mm-hmm.
But when Ebrine came back through, like, and she wasn't able to, like, normally she would be able to rally her people, dismiss, because she could neutralize parts of the bone giant magic. When he came back through to leave, it literally knocked her soul in, like, this, like, it fragmented it.
Oh, like what
Because-
happened to the elder?
In a way, but except, like, where the elder meant for it to happen and anchored his soul into pieces and places that he, like, and people that he wanted to. This was more like a hard punch, and, like, it broke apart. And her strength is such that normally she would be able to coalesce herself back in, and that would be fine. But since the bone giants were there, they seized upon that opportunity to trap the pieces of her soul separately from
This
each
guy
other.
sucked.
Mm-mm.
So her body is still just over in the armory wing where they were fighting originally. They left it where it lay because they didn't care about it anymore, because they
Disrespectful.
had the things that they cared about. And they were going to use the power of her soul as a conduit to open up what they thought was to break into the land of the dead. They had assaulted the gates of the land of the dead in their forefathers' times, or in their forebearers' times. What you know, because of where you came from and having been through the interstitial and everything, you realize what they were actually going to do if they succeeded in this is open a permanent hole in interstitial.
Mm.
Not good.
High five, team.
Good job, everyone. Good
So
news.
Go Veggie.
that is your that is the wave that you get on this Death
Mhm.
Rider. You ride that wave.
Yeah.
And so that was 5 of a kind, 5 tens. You got
5
of a kind.
8s.
5 8s.
Yeah, I think there was a lieutenant still standing, right?
Yes.
Or
Not
there's
anymore.
2, or
Not anymore. There's lieutenant.
there's just 1 left.
There is just one in front of you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just laying into him with these like spiky arm things. Yeah. So 5 shock, 5 killing with days.
Yeah. It's
That's gonna do it.
it's gonna do it.
Okay.
It's
Not
gonna
going
do
well
it.
for that
It's
guy.
not.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
no longer.
Oh,
Womp
As like the
Sorry.
prize fighter
That's
that you
hilarious.
are. So that was one of the, like, the 2 that were in front of you. You have taken him down. And then any more
Wait,
5
there
of
are
a
2 in
kinds.
front of me.
Oh, okay.
And I wrote down lucky somewhere. It was a 4 of a kind. There we go. Any 4 of a kinds.
Yep.
4 8s for lucky.
Ooh.
A well of darkness opens up out of their palm.
All
And-
right.
In one thing that you'd notice is that those of you who have a Death Rider sense, I'm not going to make you roll for this, but
Sure.
you realize that it is not an anti-life in the way that the black hole here was. This darkness is just the darkness of life naturally ending.
Mm.
The gift of death.
Yeah.
The gift
Just
of
like
death.
a normal
Yeah.
stage of existence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So shoots out, hits one of the lieutenants in the back because no one was watching for Lucky because that is how Lucky likes it to
That's
roll.
how lucky works. That's right.
And that has armor penetration, and it takes out one of the lieutenants who was going after you.
Yes.
The nice thing is that mechanically, I had done some fun stuff, and you went after the right guys first.
Great. All right.
Yay!
And
We're
so,
smart.
That's great.
so
Take
that
them
is
casters.
Lieutenant 2 and 4 are no longer an issue, and so that was 4 of a kind, 3 of a kind. Great. So Lieutenant 1, monk. It's still not working. You're still fine.
What's your power?
What?
Oh, I thought you were on 10s. Okay.
No.
Sorry.
And then this is 3 threes for
Oh.
the lieutenant who is attacking Heather.
Hitting me. Okay,
Yes.
so that's 1 shock and 1 killing.
Yes.
Okay. That's my first actual damage.
Ooh.
And so pairs.
That's me. Just 6s though.
I got a question first. So I got 3 pairs. Am I right in remembering that I can spend a willpower to use that third
Yep.
pair? Okay, cool. So I'm going to shoot the last 3 of these things on 10s, 3s, and 4s.
Great.
Amazing. Yeah, I have the 2 6s to barbecue the lieutenant who just hit Heather that has penetration 1.
Awesome. So the lieutenant, like, you hit him, and he, like, all his muscles lock up, and he falls to, like, he drops his weapon. He can't, like, everything spasms.
Yeah.
Mm.
Weapon goes down, like, in the state of shock. Not unconscious, not dead, currently unarmed. Having
Currently about to be
busy
Happy
time.
with that.
And as you hit these jars, it's that same, like, there is a glow of, like, this light is, you need sunglasses. Everyone needs sunglasses right now. It is so bright, and they each come and, like, go shooting out towards what Hector now knows is the direction of the armory.
Hell yeah.
Mm.
I don't need glasses covered in the mage's existential dread.
So dark.
I am gonna say that, like, with one guy unarmed, dude bro, y'all have no problem with just, like, punching him in the face a little more.
Yeah.
Boink.
He's done.
If you want to.
Mhm.
And so we are now out of combat.
I do want the scene of, like, somebody, like, but pulling Heather away from the guy.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
not that I mean, maybe she was going to beat him to death, but, like,
I mean, she does have that. I don't think it's like in character for normal Heather, but
Right.
this is juiced up
that's
Heather.
that's
you
exactly
know?
what I'm thinking of. And she hasn't been through all the, like, incredible psychological stuff you all have been through of, like, oh, yeah, this killing, like, we can't keep doing this. You know, like, this is,
Yeah.
but she's
I
now going to have the opportunity, like, wow, I almost killed that guy.
Yeah,
Like,
Kit does like swing down from the roof and just like gently takes shoulders and pulls away.
Can I add a flavor thing?
Yeah.
Is that you have all these, like, these great and wicked spikes coming out of your armor and stuff, but as Kit goes to put their hands on your shoulders, they, you, like, pull back.
oh, yeah.
Just where Kit's hands
Yeah,
are.
yeah, it retreats from
yeah.
Nick's
Yeah.
touch.
Yeah, because I was not like trying to avoid. Kit was very like, I gotta take care, you know?
Yeah, and if
So-
you speared your hand in the process, that's
I'll
not the end of the
fix it.
world. Yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, the idea that it's like retreats and smooths
Mhm.
out and all
yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah. Good job. It's over.
Okay.
We're done.
Okay. I can well yeah, I can feel the plants exist again.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
Good.
Okay. Yeah. This is yeah.
Just pull her into a hug.
Yeah, yeah, it's just out of words. I think
Mhm. Yeah,
it's been a
yeah.
hell of a day.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Hector is going towards the queen. Well,
Did anybody know what that light stuff was? I thought it maybe was a good thing to get rid, like let it go.
It's the queen. It is the queen's soul.
Good guess, Chainsaw. Good guess.
You done did. And as you all approach the armory, like, you notice that the two of you had felt other bone giants. You had felt other presences throughout the, like, they're long gone.
Just booking it.
And so as you walk through, like, a couple of, like, hidden doors open up. You're like, "It's okay, I'm good."
Oh, like the
like servants and other
Yeah.
like people who are non-combatants, and a couple of people to protect the non-combatants.
yep,
Mhm.
yep.
They're panic rooms. They're panic rooms is what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So
Good.
real.
Yeah. Keep the people safe.
Claire.
They're not paid enough for this.
Yeah, basically.
Nobody
And, like,
is.
nobody wants them to get, like, it was like, okay, in the case of catastrophic, like,
Right.
Yeah. So you walk through, you see that people are like, oh, thank goodness, thank you so much. They see the badges that y'all have pinned on. You're like, oh, of course, the embassy would send.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yes.
some soul hunters. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
course.
Soul hunters.
That's
That-
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what we
First day
are.
in the job, we're the best.
We are soul hunters.
And there's one person who's like trying to flag down, like, who flags down Lucky and is like, I have some more of that polish that and Lucky's like, oh yeah, great, thanks. And there's like a little like weird side deal that happens. Like on the fly, and you make it to the armory. Well, you don't quite make it like all the way there, because as you approach in the hallway of the armory, out walks a regal figure, and you see a woman who is dressed in kind of like black and white harlequin,
Mm.
but with like less of a jester look and more of like if harlequins had like battle armor.
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
And she is like immediately hones in on your group and looks at Chainsaw, nods her head. That was very smart thinking.
Do we kneel? Is this? I think Heather's just gonna like take a very awkward knee of like. I think.
Well,
this
I
is
can't leave her alone.
Well, if we're all doing it, then we're all doing it.
Your Highness.
Please. No need for. We're not standing on ceremony today in the middle of the hallway.
Okay.
But I just want to thank you so much. The Annihilator was unexpected.
Well, there's no reason to expect him again anymore. So,
Mm-hmm.
That is good to hear. On behalf of the consulate, I would like to offer you all a reward. It's not money. People always ask if it's money. It's not money.
no, I don't
It's
even
the
know.
land of the dead. They don't really do money.
Yeah, I also don't know if we could get money back, so that's not.
I wouldn't have thought of money. That's
These are the most
interesting.
boring of rewards anyway.
Yeah.
Anti-adventurers.
But I have and Lucky's like, hoarder!
Uh,
I have a collection
yeah.
Mm.
of curiosities. If you are interested,
I'm curious.
you know, small things that you might be able to, make use of in the future. Or at least just a memento of your trip.
Sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
And she leads you over to the library.
Goodies.
And there are a range of things in the library. They are not like necessarily magical artifacts, but
Mhm.
they are curiosities. Like all the way right, but also not all the way wrong when they said the queen was a hoarder. But you live a really, really long time. You collect a lot of really, really interesting things. So if each of you wants to pick out something that you think would be interesting to take back with you from this pirate steampunk universe.
Oof. Hell yeah.
I
You
wonder
don't
if-
have to decide right now.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've
cool.
got some thoughts, but yeah.
Mm.
Can I blurt mine out?
Yes.
So Hector, I think, is gonna take like a star map or something, like a globe.
Ooh. What about like an astrolabe?
Ooh. Yeah,
The little one.
yeah.
Great. And the rest of you can think about it, and we'll
Yeah.
figure it out next time.
Yeah.
As you realize that once again we have a device that looks at energy and rifts, and you can pull it out and see that the energy of Ibrahim was not concentrated on any one place in the palace, but it was concentrated on the person of the Queen of the Dead.
Mm.
And it is being very quickly eradicated by the Queen's own soul.
Hell yeah.
Now that it's back where it belongs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you hear the voice of Interstitial. Well, now that that will have been done, I'm very glad. I'm very glad, happy, relieved. The rifts have been closed here, there,
Good.
here, and there. The tearing, the wedge, has been removed.
You ready to take us out?
I will be ready. I have been ready. Yes.
I was born ready. Try that one.
And you feel kind of like that same sensation of like a tugging. And it's much gentler than the feeling of like stepping through that got you here as you are pulled back into the interstitial. And there was almost a resistance when you came here. And when you leave, it's like all these muscles that were tensed up are relaxed. As you all return to the forms that you normally take in your own world. With the small exception of the memento item that you have decided to do.
Yep.
Woo.
And I think that's a good place for us to end it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for bearing with me as we went a little bit long today. My bad. I'm still working on timing issues. But
Wild Talents doesn't make it any easier.
No.
that was so much math. That was so much math. I want to thank everybody for being here today, watching our show now or when you watch it later. As Jason always says, you are only two options, unless you are the interstitial, in which case,
Whenever you want.
congratulations.
Yeah, it's kind of rude not to call us and tell us how the show went before it happened.
So true.
You could have given me pointers. I would have.
I mean, that's how I knew to attack the mages first.
I want to thank our chat mods for their hard work. We would literally be unable to do this without you. So thank you very much, James V. Thank you to our amazing Patreons who keep us ad-free and independent. It's because of you that we are able to play games we enjoy without worrying about publishing companies or system popularity. You could join their heroic ranks at happyjacks.org/Patreon. And I do like to shout out the Nerding Out series that is available to Patreons at the, I believe, $5 tier. It is a lot of fun, and you get to hear beginning of people like really just go on and on about things that they love, which is one of my favorite things, is to listen to other people describe things that they love a whole lot.
Yeah.
Jason, you want to start?
Oh, sure, yeah. My name's Jason. I was playing Heather. I imagine next week I'll go back to playing everyone else, but
Still Heather.
and Heather, yeah.
Yay.
But also thank you, Pooja, for making this possible for
It's fantastic.
the guest seat, and allowing me to get to play in this sort of wild experiment that Pooja and I cooked up at a
So
last
good.
minute phone call. Like, what if we did this? Because I had COVID, and it was complicated. And I've been finagling and trying to figure out how to get Pooja in the GM seat, and my plan worked,
Well done.
and I was right.
You only had to get COVID to do it.
Yep. It was worth it then.
Yes.
Oh no.
So thank you for that and for letting me play Heather for a couple sessions here. You can follow me on Twitch and Twitter at It's Probably Okay. I stream Wednesdays and Fridays. On Wednesdays, We Were Death, and on Fridays, I stream with our mutual friend Sam Delev, various gaming exploits. So look for me there. Thanks.
Hi, I've been Sarah, and I'm not gonna sing this time. I played Kit, but you can find me everywhere else on the internet just being Sarah at Sarah is Coffee, except on Instagram where it's Sarah_is_coffee. The only other place you can find me is Saturdays in the morning times at twitch.tv/TotalPartyKiss, where I play a very mean and sexy wizard who is currently on a quest to eat God. So, like you do.
I'm into it.
Mm.
Hi, my name is Eli. I've been playing Hector. Fuck my social media. Thank you, Pooja. It's amazing.
Mhm.
And just want to let everybody know it's kind of been a shitty mood earlier, but thank you for everybody at this table. It's got a lot better. Thank you.
It always makes my day better.
Teamwork.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hi, I'm Enge. You can find me on the internet. I'm also going to be launching a new series called Dungeoneer.
Let's go.
You can find that. You can find an Instagram account that probably has nothing on it right now, but we'll actually have some stuff on it shortly. It is Dungeoneer Show. You can also find that on Twitter. I also did a Savage Worlds game yesterday that I ran here, and I worked Nudge into it, by the way. Yeah, and Jason got to do it.
Yeah.
So
Hell yeah.
I did drugs.
You
In
did
character.
drugs?
In character.
in character, yes.
In Minecraft.
Love it.
That's it.
Fantastic. Once again, I am Pooja, and you can find me on the internet as Forgotten Saves. If you want to see, whatever, me play more TTRPGs, you can find me on the Happy Jacks back catalog and the 12-Sided Stories back catalog, wherever fine podcasts are found, and the YouTubes. Just pretend Twitch bots don't exist. It's fine. You'll be happier that way.
And Mika.
And
Mm.
I'm
this
such
week...
a super fan. Sorry.
No, I love it. Thank you so much. This week is our finale of Meat Hong on Queen's Court Games. We will be going live with that live. The premiere is on Monday on the Queen's Court Games Twitch channel, and then it gets uploaded to YouTube on Wednesday. As always, this is a project that I have been immensely proud of, that I love with all my heart, and honestly, I could not have asked for a better finale for my little drama
Oh,
llamas.
that's awesome. And also, if you do catch it live, a lot of times the players are in chat with you because
Oh,
it's
yeah.
it's
It's like 4
live,
p.m.
like it's
PST.
recorded,
Live
and
and
then
later.
yeah, live and later. Also, quick side note: if you are watching live right now, go get some popcorn, put your slippers on, do whatever. We're gonna be back in about an hour with the advice show.
Yeah.
So we'll see you soon.
Love you all.
Bye.
Bye.